Okay, our next song is the duck song. We call it Sakulak. In this song, we are telling a story about our ancestors. So our ancestors believed
we put together a song for the Kuching girl, and it's not only for them too, it's for every young mother.
Yes. Okay, forgive me if I make a mistake. I'm learning. Smoiget, simgiget, sigidim hanana, gabawelksit, tanigeta gultsap. Oh, I'm brought to tears already. I'm so excited for Native New Year. Chiefs, councilmen, women of high rank, our community, people of the village, our elders, and DUKSHISHAM to you all for being here. This is the warming of the hands for our 38th annual statewide Elders and Youth Conference. A lot of love and phone calls and emails have gone in to making this gathering a reality in the unceded virtual territory of our people. And I'm just so grateful everybody's here to engage in it, to witness it together. I know I've been pretty amazed at seeing the number of volunteer presenters that we have lined up for today and the next few days. And I'm so excited to hear the voices that are going to be put on the screen in front of you. I'm grateful to have worked with a community of IAC people to come up with a beautiful theme that really promotes what we need to do now and into the future. Our theme for this conference is, and again, forgive me as I share our theme in IAC, Anu daho'yu akiach ishka dakakash anu. Side by side in the same direction, the people go by canoe. I'm so glad to be in the same canoe with you. And if we're not in the same canoe, then I know our canoes are going in the same direction. Katgadam hanaah duayu simsianu kan haradi pedegu will ukstamadik duatgu nigyot stuot zogu. I'm Carla Booth. I'm Simsan of the Raven Clan. My family comes from Metlakatla, and I live on the lands of the Dena'ina people in Anchorage, and that's where I'm zooming in from. I want to invite our co-host, Ayu, to share some words of welcome and also introduce herself. Ayu?
Hey, and DUKSHISHAM, Klian Knockback. Oof, lulot, beautiful people. Oh my goodness. I feel my heart in my throat just looking at this incredible web of our beautiful people from all over the state and world. Klian Knockback for spending your Sunday with us, for the time that we're going to spend together, for putting your good hearts and minds into our space so that we can load our canoes. Like Kakadam Hana'ach was sharing, we can load our canoes with all the good things that we want to carry with us into the future. Ayurunga, unglachlich milrunga, apakataleluk lupanyak kasatak, ang iyukak dag lusatatkun kutkok herdman, kitunraka kadulchuk lutalaluk, baniga kanikluk, nikachliga inuatlurak. I'm Ayu Kasatak. I come from Ungarachlik, also known as Unakleet, and I raise my 4 incredible children on Dena'ina lands here in Dagayakak, also known as Anchorage. And I get the great honor and privilege of being able to work with and for our Native people every single day with these amazing folks at First Alaskans Institute. The only thing that I think I wanted to share in terms of preparation of our time is really thinking about something that my grandpa, Teleluk, Stanton Ketchitag, something he used to say. He would say, if you listen really closely, there's a gift for you in every story. I'm so excited for all of the gifts that we're going to receive throughout these 4 days together, and so thankful for the strong hearts and minds of our people sharing those gifts so openly and lovingly so that we can carry the knowledge into the future. So I want to join Kakadam Hana'ach and our staff and our trustees with providing a welcome and saying thank you so much for being with us. Kakadam Hana'ach.
DUKSHISHAM. As we do with all of our FAI gatherings, we like to share our First Alaskans Institute agreements that really help set the stage and set the tone for how we are going to engage with each other. I think it'd be good if, there we go, Shala Daphna. She's the person that's making magic behind the scenes with all of our tech during our conference. So she's shared the agreements on the screen, and Ayu and I, we're going to go ahead and take turns reading over them. And following that, we'll have Garrett Swenson. I hope he's on the screen with us somewhere. Garrett's going to also share a message with us afterwards. So in every chair is a leader. Everybody's view and opinion is needed when we come together to discuss the things that are important to our Alaska Native and Indigenous people. So please don't hesitate to share your thoughts, share your ideas as we make space to engage with each other over the next few days. Your perspective is valid. You don't always have to be that elected leader or that person with a title to have good things to share. So please remember that in every chair, a leader.
When we speak to be understood, our intention is to help others know what we are thinking, feeling, experiencing, and our own ideas. We want to help them understand. Likewise, when we're listening to understand, we're really, especially, I think, reaching and being curious to understand where we think differently so that we can grow and amplify our understanding of our world by listening to each other, especially with the incredibly diverse perspectives within our cultural groups. Within our cultural groups, within our different age experiences, there's so much richness in different life experiences in our space. And we ask that everyone just be in an intentional mindset of being curious to grow our understanding of the world that we're all a part of.
Be present and be engaged. We know that you lead busy lives. We know you have a family to take care of. We know you have homework to do. I know you have some dishes that need to be washed. You probably got to cook dinner as well, unless you're going to order out like me tonight. But be present and be engaged. Please try to stay as focused as you can on what's in front of you here. We want to make sure that you're included and bringing your goodness to what we have planned. And we encourage you to share your thoughts and your opinions as we go through our conference. Feel free to make your comments in the chat, or share your beautiful voice when we do our breakout rooms. Just do what you can to be present and be engaged.
My grandma, Irene Ketchtag, used to say, we were all born at different times in different parts of our world. Surely there must be a reason that we're all together in this space right now. We want to really take advantage of this really sacred and beautiful space that we're creating together, and how special it is that each of us are here right now together, by making sure that everyone has the opportunity to really participate, to be able to share and ask questions and be part of putting our good thinking together. And throughout our conference, there will be opportunities where you will be in smaller groups, in workshops, in healing circles. We're going to be in smaller breakout groups throughout our conference. And in those spaces, we really ask for your help in helping to make sure that everyone that is participating has an opportunity to engage in the conversation. So, some of us, we like to stand back a little bit and listen and think about what we would want to ask or what we would want to contribute to the conversation. And some of us like to really just jump in and be excited and share right off the bat. So we want to make sure that we're inclusive of all of our people engaging, and that you help us do that.
So this is a safe space for meaningful conversation. IU just shared with you the variety of programs that are planned, and we really want to encourage you to share what's on your heart, share what's on your mind. Know that this is a safe space to really share your truths. We also like to encourage, if you really appreciate something that somebody says, go ahead and ask them for their permission to share their words outside of this space. We always want to make sure we're asking for permission before sharing other people's knowledge or words.
Yeah, to that, I would also add that this year in our virtual space, one thing that's a little bit different than in years past is that while we are still live streaming to our website and also to our social media platforms, in order to make sure that we're creating a completely safe space for all of our participants and our community, we do not have the chat function enabled on the live streams, just because folks external to our community have, found some sophisticated ways to make their way into the chats of different conferences. And it makes it really difficult for us to really protect this space. And our priority is to make sure that this is a safe space for all of our participants. And so while we miss having the engagement of the chat in our live streams, we know that you understand that this is one way that we are working to protect all of our conference participants. And we've worked really hard to make sure that this is a safe space for us all. So we appreciate your help in keeping an eye out and also helping us protect the space. We say challenges lead to solutions. Throughout our time, we're going to hear from so many different people, including you, in these different spaces where we have an opportunity to really name the challenges that we're experiencing in our community. And that will help us to have the information that we need to put our good thinking and our strong minds toward the solutions that we want to put forward in our community. So that's our commitment to you. While we will be talking about challenges, and that can be tough, also we will be leading into, so what do we want to do about it? In every chair a leader means that each of us has responsibility and the ability to enact change in our families, in our communities, in our world. So what are the solutions that we want to put forward for our people?
And take us thou hats off. So that basically means that we're going to ask that you leave your titles at the door. We're all in a canoe, so leave your titles on the shore instead. Instead, we want you to make sure that you're bringing your true self to these conversations, and again, really share what's on your heart and your mind. We know that in your real life that you hold many roles, such as mother, sister, brother, grandparent, grandchild. Really speak from those roles, those labels that you hold. You know what it means to be a real human being, and we want you to bring that into this space.
One of the things I love so much about our community is our sense of humor. Gosh, our people are so funny. We want to bring that lovingness and way of knowing into our space. We're going to have so much fun together. I was driving with my kiddos one time, and this song came on the radio, Just Can't Get Enough. I think it's by the Black Eyed Peas. And one of my sons at the time was like, just can't get enough. What even is that? What? And he's like talking to himself in the back seat. And then he's quiet for a little while and he goes, probably juice. I just thought that was so right on. It probably is juice. So we want to bring our humor into our space. It helps us connect with each other and also grow our understanding of these experiences that we're having together.
We're responsible for our experience. You are going to get out of this what you put into it. So we hope that you're coming here with an open heart and an open mind to really take in the messages that our speakers are going to be sharing, the history, the memories that they're going to be sharing, and really take that in and relate it to your own life and see how it can be used moving forward in the future for yourself, for your family, and for your community. We are responsible for our own experience.
Yeah, and the way that we show up in our different spaces also influences other people's experiences, which leads to the next agreement, the final one. Take care of yourself and take care of each other. Something that I also really love about our Native people is we know how important our responsibility is to our whole community. And just like we wear masks to protect ourselves and then also each other, we want to bring that into our space where we are taking care of ourselves, we're hydrated, we're caffeinated if you need to have kupak or coffee in the morning. We're also watching out for each other and helping to make sure that we're collectively having a good experience together. And we want to bring that kind of care and love into our space. So do these feel like good agreements and intentions to set for our conference together? Can we ask you to help us uphold these agreements with each other? Yeah? Lots of hearts. Love it. So good. Klian Knockback.
I just put in the chat no, and I wasn't answering your question with the no. I was answering a different question. All right, you guys, that's a good reminder. Remember, pay attention to who you're messaging. All righty, let's see. Next on our flow is we're going to go ahead and call Garrett Swenson to the screen. Lala Daphna, I believe you're able to spotlight him.
Lachishu.
Oh, there we go. Hi, Garrett. Gee, I had the honor of talking to Garrett the other day just to learn a little bit more about him and his language journey with IAC. So I really appreciated you taking the time to chat with me, and appreciate you also, I think, participating in the recording to share with people our theme. So Garrett, very glad that you could come and be with us this morning, or this, I guess, noontime, this afternoon. go ahead and introduce yourself and we'll let you share your message.
Ata, thank you. Thank you all for having me today and including the EX and letting us be a part of all this. This is really amazing. Lachishu, Garrett Swenson, Aduch Te'e, Tachum, Chichle, Denainat, Wach, Ichite, Anchoraged, Wach, Ichite, Tach, Sikwa, Nagayu, Cordova, La. Hello, everybody. My name is Garrett Swenson. I am EAC. I live on Dena'ina land in Anchorage, Alaska, and my family is from Cordova. Again, thank you all for having me. Awa'ata is the EAC word for thank you, and is the title of the blessing that we have prepared for today. I'd like to say it's not a traditional blessing, but it's more of a current living blessing as we understand more about ourselves and learn our language. This blessing is kind of living and developing along with us. So awa'ata. Awa'ata for today. Awa'ata for yesterday. Awa'ata for the future. Awa'ata to our ancestors that fought and triumphed. Awa'ata to those that fought and lost. Those that gave us the chance to be here today, sharing our culture as they've done since the beginning times. Awa'ata to our elders for the work they've done to build hope in our people and our community, giving life back to our languages with every dachun yuga, word spoken, and passing on traditions of our ancestors with lamat ishle, every berry picked. Awa'ata. Thank you.
Awa'ata, Garrett, Klian Knockback, for bringing the EAC language into our space so beautifully, for that beautiful intention and blessing for our time together, and also for all that you do to help awaken the EAC language and help others to come to awaken the language as well. Klian Knockback. As we always do, we acknowledge the Indigenous peoples on whose land each and every one of us are on. First Alaskans Institute, though we are a statewide organization and our team is currently based all over the state in the unceded virtual territories of our peoples, we are based in DUKSHISHAM on Dena'ina lands, and so we give honor to the Dena'ina peoples for their perpetual stewardship of this place. And we'd love to encourage each of you to send up thoughts and feelings of gratitude to the Indigenous peoples who've always taken care of the lands that you are on. Maybe they're your own people, or maybe you're like me, an Indigenous visitor and guest to someone else's land. I'm Inupiaq, and so I too am a guest on Dena'ina lands, and I'm very thankful to them for their stewardship of this beautiful place that I get to raise my children in. So we want to honor all of the beautiful Indigenous peoples on whose lands we're on, and then also uplift that this space that we're creating together here, this is the unceded space of our peoples because we are making it so. So we welcome that in. At this time, I would love to invite Kakuri to join us and provide a recognition of this very special year. Kakuri.
Kuching Song, how are you? Yes, it is a big year as ANCSA is 50, and I'm going to read a proclamation from the Alaska Legislature, which passed this recently. So if you bear with me, it is lengthy but impactful. The Alaska Legislature honoring the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act 50th anniversary. The members of the 32nd Alaska State Legislature are pleased to recognize the 50th anniversary of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, or ANCSA. The Treaty of Cession, signed in 1867, outlined the terms for sale of Alaska from Russia to the United States. The Alaska Native peoples, who had inhabited Alaska for thousands of years, disagreed with Russia's right to sell their land. The Russian claim to Aboriginal lands of Alaska was under the laws of discovery, which state the two conditions Aboriginal people can lose their land: through a just war or by giving up specific land in a treaty. Neither of these conditions applied to the Alaska Native people, which left land claims unresolved when the purchase took place. Both the Organic Act of 1884 and the Second Organic Act of 1912 left Aboriginal land claims to be dealt with by Congress in the future, specifically stating that Alaska Natives, quote, shall not be disturbed in the possession of any lands actually in their use or occupation or now claimed by them, but the terms under which such persons may acquire such lands is reserved for future legislation by Congress. The Alaska Statehood Act of 1958 outlined the types of public lands that the state could select, and that any land belonging to the natives would be under the jurisdiction and control of the United States. The act sought to grant the new state 104 million acres of Alaska Native lands without compensation, and to protect their rights, Alaska Natives made claim to virtually all of Alaska in an effort to stop the selection of their lands and to seek congressional action to resolve their claims. Alaska Native leaders began to organize, and the Alaska Federation of Natives, or AFN, was formed in 1966 to advocate for a land claim settlement. AFN earned an early victory in 1966 when a land freeze was imposed by the Secretary of Interior, which forced the state of Alaska, the United States, and the Alaska Native people to resolve the Aboriginal land claims before further land selections could take place. Commercial quantities of oil discovered on the North Slope in 1968 put a spotlight on the land freeze and encouraged final resolution. On December 18th, 1971, after intense negotiations between Alaska Native leaders and the state and federal governments, Congress passed and President Nixon signed PL 92-203, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, providing for approximately $1 billion to be paid to Alaska Natives through regional corporations owned and controlled by Alaska Natives, as well as approximately 200 village corporations. AMSA extinguished Aboriginal land claims in Alaska and mandated the for-profit model with land title under corporate ownership. Alaska was divided into 12 regions defined by the common heritage and shared interests of the indigenous peoples within each geographic area. These regional boundaries would determine which people, villages, and communities each regional corporation would serve. Shareholders were enrolled within 2 years, totaling just over 64,000. Today, there are over 130,000. In the half century since the passage of ANCSA, Alaska Native corporations have become an integral part of Alaska's economy, employing approximately 14,000 Alaskans, as well as thousands more worldwide. The 44 million acres of Native-owned lands in Alaska now comprise about 92% of the private property in Alaska, with subsurface and surface rights, as well as subsistence concerns that were also built into these selections. The members of the 32nd Alaska State Legislature honor and celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act and acknowledge the accomplishments of the 12 regional corporations: ATNA, Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, Bering Straits Native Corporation, Bristol Bay Native Corporation, Chalista, Chugach Alaska Corporation, Cook Inlet Region, Doyon, Kodiak, Nana Regional Corporation, Sea Alaska, and over 200 village corporations for their exceptional leadership and creativity in managing their funds and lands for the benefit of the shareholders and care for the people of Alaska. Period.
Gulchish Hawa Kahkuri for reading that over. It was a good history lesson and reminder for a lot of us. Reminder of all the hard work that went into ensuring that we get to remain connected, right? Having title to our lands. So in DUKSHISHAM, I look forward to seeing what other educational tidbits that you and Wahlagidak and the team will provide during the rest of our gathering. In DUKSHISHAM.
Sheesh.
So I believe on the Zoom, we've got a dear old friend of mine, Crystal Dushkin, Crystal Ong. She's agreed to share with us a couple of songs to get our gathering started in an even better way. We always need music and dance, right? We always need song at our events. So Hlada Dathna, would you mind spotlighting Crystal and her family so that they can share with us some of their songs, all the way over in Atka. They're going to be zooming in all the way from Atka.
I apologize. I'm having trouble pinning or adding her to the spotlight. So could you see if you're able to do it as a host?
Yeah, shucks, huh?
I think she might need to turn her video on. Yeah.
Crystal, can you please turn your video on?
In the chat, she said she was unable to do her unmute and do her video.
Uh-oh. Well, shucks.
It says it's not allowing her to do it for some reason.
All right. Well, Kakasakun for letting us know that, and that's okay. Maybe we can troubleshoot that, and we'll just go ahead and move on with our program. So let's see. How about Ayu? I think I gotta call you up next, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Sorry about that, Crystal. We'll keep working on it, and then hopefully at some point we'll be able to see you and your beautiful family and get to hear your beautiful songs. At this time, it's my pleasure to bring up on screen a couple of our dear friends who do really important heart work in our communities. They do a lot of loving, careful work of helping to reawaken our languages. So I would love to invite Shikop and Nalat Tora onto the screen with us. They are going to introduce themselves, and we've asked them to also share a little bit about their own journey of helping to do language work within our communities. Hi, Shigop. Good to see you.
I need.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. Hey, Nalataka. All right, we're going to hand it over to you two.
Why, Lachishu. Sinaitla. And Luam Godu no one needs some shaget when why need some Sagop Duayu. Sagop Aduchade. Sagop Pinudiki Toots kan Kenach Sagop you had to a sock. So I greeted you all in a couple of different ways, and I'm not going to tell you which. If you understand what I said, you understood what I said. Look, I'm needs some shaget. I'm very happy to see you all today. Look, I'm going to see some shaget. Really happy that you all came today. Look, I yelpkanu to Hokskud I feel very fortunate to have joined you all today. Sigop Diwayu, Alfie Price, Diwam Kamsuamach, Gispet Wada, Diwa Hawksku, Simshienu, this Haida, this Geneganitsku, Chain Diwa Watku, Takwan iwo manyapas sinu. Ayot kenu dogu lachjuwam get aug. So I said my Tsimshian name is Shigop. My English name is Alfie Price. I'm of the Killer Whale clan, of the Tsimshian Killer Whale clan. I told you I'm Tsimshian and I'm Haida and I'm Tlingit. And I said I'm originally from Prince Rupert, BC, and I was brought up in Metlakatla, Alaska, and I currently live on the land of Akwan here in Juneau. I really appreciate the ceremony that we're kicking off today. This is called the warming of the hands. And one of our phrases in Somalia is to invite people, to make them feel welcome, to tell them there's a place for them. Shagwelga lak. Shagwelga lak. It means the fire is lit. It means, teen, come in, there's a place for you. And so it gives me a similar feeling of the warming of the hands. Let's warm our hands over the fire. I want to acknowledge First Alaskans Institute for inviting us to come in and participate in this really important to me aspect of this gathering. You mentioned that we have been participating and working in our languages. This is really important work, as you all know. Somalia is my main focus, and it's endangered. We're losing our fluent speakers faster than we can create them, and so it's not just important. It's crucial. It's an emergency. And I also really like that we are calling ourselves language healers. We are here to introduce language healers to you today. And I really appreciate that because our language is very much alive. Our language is tied to our lands, and it sure needs some loving right now. But the beautiful part of that is the more work we do healing our languages, the more healing we receive. And I can attest to that personally. I have gained so much healing over the few years that I've been focusing on reclaiming Somalia. So I'm just going to go ahead and tell you a little bit about my language journey, and then I will pass it over to my co-host. So when I was a lad in Takwan in Metlakatla, I really didn't know much about being Tsimshian or Alaska Native. Actually, I was kind of raised in Anchorage for a little while, and then I moved to Takwan when I was about 8 years old or so. Didn't know anything about being Tsimshian. Didn't know anything about Somalia. But in our classroom, we had a teacher, a guest teacher, come into our classrooms named Arnold Booth. And he was a lifelong teacher in schools and also a fluent Semitic speaker and a culture bearer. And he would come in and tell us a dauch, which is our oral histories, our true tellings, we call them. And they're usually, about Raven, the trickster, or other important events or personalities that have affected our people over the years. And as a bookworm, I absolutely loved these adauch. They always had a moral. There was a point to the story to teach you something. And Mr. Booth was an amazing storyteller. And he also taught us some Somalia. So that was my first introduction to Somalia. And I absolutely loved when Mr. Booth came in. One of the things he would do as a teacher and as an uncle figure, if, we're 8 years old and we're all squarely in our seats and what have you, and he would say, "DUKSHISHAM Dan," in his big commanding uncle voice, and we would freeze up and sit still. And I saw him years later when I was visiting Taquan, and "Oh, Mr. Booth, I remember you telling us adauch, and every time I think of DUKSHISHAM Dan, I freeze up and I pay attention." And he kind of chuckled and he put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Well, it doesn't just mean sit still. DUKSHISHAM Dan means be still like a flounder on the bottom of the ocean." And that was my first epiphany into our languages are more than just another way to say a word. It's just not another word for chair. Our language informs us of the worldview of our ancestors. So that was my first clue in that this was something important. And I knew my mother had been learning Somali before she passed on. And so this was my impetus, the thing that kicked me in the whack to get me going. So about 6 years ago, Mr. Boxey, David Boxey, came to Juneau, for he's a famous artist and he also teaches Somalia. And so he spent about a week teaching us language, and he's a tough teacher. It was so beautiful to hear and speak our language again. And he gave us so much information all at once because we just had a limited time, and it was wonderful. And so he went back to his life, and then he came back a couple of months later and did the same thing, picking up where we left off. And we were kind of embarrassed because we'd already forgotten some of the things he taught us just 2 months ago. And so I got together with Nancy Barnes, who has been leading Somali here in Juneau for a number of years. And I said, let's not let that happen anymore. Let's get together and just practice what we know. We'll just, once a month, let's practice so we don't forget. So we'll be ready the next time a teacher comes in. So we started doing that. But what we found is it was a lot of fun. It was good for us. And so we started meeting every couple of weeks, and then even that wasn't enough. So we started meeting every week. And now we're part of the Juneau Somali Learners Group, which still meets every Saturday via Zoom. We have reached out to people far and wide who are in the exact same position that we were. They want to learn Somali, but they don't have a teacher, they don't have a fluent speaker, they don't have the resources or anyone to talk to. So we reached out and we started a beginner's class. And so now we meet every week. We have grown our number of speakers and invested so much of our time and energy. And what we found is we weren't just acquiring language, we were healing ourselves. We were connecting with each other. Our introductions that we practice, we found that we're related to each other in ways that we didn't realize. We're finding connections all over the place. So I'm super grateful to be part of this group and to be able to share with other people. And it was really tough when we first started. We don't have a fluent speaker here. We didn't have a teacher, and we had to reach out for help from other people. some sort of Newsom, Dr. Michael D'Angeli happened to come to Juneau for a year to teach at the University of Alaska Southeast here in Juneau. And her work with us helped us grow by leaps and bounds. And so we've had fluent teachers from British Columbia, Ketchikan, Washington, who heard what we were doing and reached out to help. So we very much formed a community, and we all rely on each other to keep moving forward in our language. I went from maybe 50 or 60 words of vocabulary 6 years ago and not being able to put a sentence together to I'm teaching now. I'm teaching beginners. I'm working with a couple of scholars in the SHI Language Pathways program. And it's all because of our community and our work together, our healing work. So, Lukul Ayaltkanu, I'm very fortunate. I'm happy to be here. I'm so happy to be co-hosting today with Anna, and so happy to be invited by Gatkiram Hanaach at Lagunai to be here. I really appreciate the work that First Alaskans Institute is doing. So let me pass it off to my co-host. Waiwa Doix Newsom.
Deutschen Shigo Zandazun Sugu Shukatku Yista Koa Lachishu Anna Aduk de Hunk Auhu. De Hundanaka Helte Nilato Rasis ni Gashta Hut an Aslan mit sich Tuchut Anna. Danaka Hedordaga. Tatsulinget you Hatangish Duchash too. Achneli, Sayek Iritia that Linget Ani Kachoa. Gonna choose ye Ani Kakechat Yati Akwan. Hi, everybody. Happy Native New Year. I just learned that phrase in Tlingit. Shukat Ku'u is the indigenous ones, the people who came first. Yeast Tak is a new year. So Shukat Ku'u, Yeast Tak, Happy Native New Year. And yeah, I'm IAC as well. And I'm also Caribou Clan from Caltech. My Danaka name is Nila Torah. And I'm learning my Danaka language. I currently make my home on Douglas Island, which is on the land of the Tlingit people. And so, thank you to the Akakwan for allowing me on their lands. And because of that, I study the Tlingit language. So that's a little bit about me. I wanted to say this in Tlingit. I just thought of it. My cheeks are red today. They're like fire. So I'm going to warm up your guys' hands on my cheeks. I'm going to teach. Yeah. You also asked us to share a little bit about why we're on a path of learning languages. And I appreciated hearing Shagop's story. Personally, I feel like I don't know what else I would do. I used to work on tugboats. And when I was 30, I turned 30 on a tugboat. And I guess there's just something about turning 30 on a tugboat that makes you question your life. Like, is this what I want to be doing? And I guess deep down, I always knew I wanted to come back to languages. I had a huge privilege to go to Spain when I was in high school on an exchange. I had a huge privilege to go to college and get a degree in Japanese, including a year-long exchange in Tokyo. So I was pretty experienced putting myself in that humble space of learning to speak all over. And I was pretty aware that I owe it to my community to use that ability to help uplift our languages. And I guess when I turned 30, I was ready. So I stepped onto my path. I had learned some Danaka words through our potlatch songs in Caltech. But honestly, the first language I studied in depth in Alaska is Tlingit. And so I have a really special place in my heart for the Tlingit people, for the language community, because I came to UAS in Juneau for school. And the language community and the teachers just inspired me. They loved me up, they uplifted me. And honestly, they helped me get in touch with how to introduce myself as an Athabascan and Eyak woman through their language. And I think in a lot of ways that made it easier to do than learning to do it in my own language first. I think there's a lot of privilege to that. Because you get to enjoy the loving, just like warm experience of it without necessarily feeling like, I know a lot of us feel like, oh gosh, I'm judging myself right now. I'm not, there's just a lot of stuff that comes with, your level of ability in a language and then tying that to your identity. So I know that our speakers today will have a lot of good words to share for us. I know that they've gone through what a lot of us experience now as language learners. And so I'm just really excited. Thanks for having me here today. So today, the way we'll do this is we'll introduce our speakers. We have 3 really wonderful people that have dedicated their lives to uplifting their languages and their communities. We'll introduce them. We'll ask each speaker to share a little bit more about themselves if they would like, and a similar comment about what brought you to your path of learning and teaching language. And after we have a chance to hear from all 3 speakers, we have some more in-depth questions. And we were hoping in this way, people will have a chance to think of what other people are saying and respond and open it up and just host you guys in conversation, help you share all your incredible knowledge and insights to those of us who are following in your footsteps. So our first speakers are Taruk Pete and Aganik Polly Schaefer. They are Inupiaq, they're a married couple. They have dedicated their lives to uplifting their language through their work in the immersion school. The Nikaichuak Ilisagvit College was founded by the tribe, by the native village of Kotzebue. Polly has contributed to the work through her role as a teacher in the college. Pete has supported her through his work in the tribe, on the tribal side. And I hear they raised their children and their grandchildren in Inupiaq, and just what an incredible wealth of knowledge. It is such a joy to meet you and to get you to know you today. So at this time, if they're online and available, I wanted to invite Pete and Polly to share a little bit more about yourselves if you'd like to. And also, if you could share what brought you to your path of teaching and uplifting your language.
So we are going to work on getting them unmuted and spotlighted. So bear with us as we troubleshoot that. And also, I want to let everybody know that apologize bringing the ASL interpreters off the screen. I was instructed by the ASL organization that people should be able to pin the ASL interpreters on the screen for themselves if they need that service. And I'm hearing that some people are able to pin, some are not. So we will be troubleshooting that, and we'll give you an update in the chat. Does anybody have a way that we, or can anybody suggest how we get Pete and Polly on the screen for us?
They're unable to join because they're joining by phone. So we'll just have their voice. Pete and Polly, can you hear us?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Pete Schaefer. My dad was John Albert Schaefer. Mom was Anna Ingelook. And I was born and raised in Kathmandu and been around this region for 75 years. And well, maybe 73 because it's been 2 years of age group. And most of our time up here has been involved in education in one form or another. I ran for the school board and I might have lost a couple of times, but I finally got on. During the course of that, we had 8 children go through the school here, and we were, in hindsight, a little bit appalled by the lack of quality of the educational system. Keep in mind that Polly and I were kind of like subjects of the early BIA educational system, which is mainly Dick and Jane and Spot and Puff and that kind of stuff. And, you know, I think after the state took over, after the BIA left in the early 70s, the quality of education didn't improve that much to a point where several of us that got together thought that there's a couple of things that should happen. One was that to elevate the educational system, we had to kind of get on the regional school board. And then we've had a series of meetings with other emerging schools up in the North Slope, Lower Cusco, even going down to San Antonio, Texas, to look at what a lady was doing with the children involving extensive use of arts in her teaching. So as the people that basically taught hands-on and verbal and visual, the current educational system, despite trying to change it, really doesn't get very far, because we had a meeting where we asked some of the audience that was from the North and South area, North Slope and Couttsville, discussing education in general. So I asked the question, who does your educational system belong to? And actually caused people to be very quiet for a while. So I kind of followed by saying, does it belong to your teachers? Does it belong to your administration? Does it belong to you? I'm asking for you to tell us. And it was just real quiet for a while. And I think that generated a lot of concern about, the continual lack of cultural identity in the regular schools offered. So back in the late 90s, a group of young parents and myself and Odnik decided, we should probably try to start a school that is centered on the immersion of our Inupiat language and ways of life to the extent possible. So it took about a year to organize, but we had a committee to look for a facility. We had a committee to look at funding, another one for curriculum, and another one, for just keeping the group together to try to find a way to incorporate our culture into an educational system. So Agnes and I spent a lot of time with a group of people, and finally decided that after visiting, as I mentioned before, some of the other regions about what they were doing, we finally realized that we were the experts in our own dialect, and we thought that why wait for another visit or whatever to start our school? So we just set a date. This was like in April or somewhere. So we said by the first week of September, we're going to open our doors to a school. So as I mentioned before, the committees worked really hard to get everything lined up. And that's how we started our little school in the Cape Short, age of 8. So anyway, it was an interesting experience because in some ways we kind of took the initiative to do a cultural thing. For those of you that probably don't know, Nikay Chot means in our language that there are no barriers to what we need to do. Kind of like one track of that name. So along with Kevin Lou Sampson and Ruth Goodwin and several others that are no longer with us already, because this was 23 years ago when we started the school. We've had a progression of people that were the directors of the school, but the focus of our school was to try to keep our language active and alive. We have a school room, but most of our real classrooms are outside, getting the children to do things like watching people fish. Right now, people are getting caribou, so back a few years ago, we dragged an entire caribou into the classroom just to get children to be familiar with their Inupiaq food. And then a little later, when seals are here, we get a seal or two from the hunters and bring it into the school, and we dissect it with an elder present. We try to invite a doctor from our Wanilik Association, but they're usually always really busy, sometimes short-staffed. And the reason for that was to introduce our children to, more of a spiritual connection to what we use for food and why we do things the way we do with our food. So, we just take the seal apart. I don't like to call it butchering because that kind of suggests sloppy, but, we take it apart very carefully and show the children the respiratory system, the esophagus, the lungs and everything like that, and everything below that. So sometimes there's actually even a little fetus in the seal that we show the children. So they get a world view of the elder explaining what each part was used for and all that kind of thing. So, there's, in our view, a real opportunity to educate our children in the way that we wanted to with, as I said before, verbal and visual teachings. So with that, I'll get Nick to say in Inupiaq if he wants, whatever she wanted to say in connection to this. Thank you.
Mga atira aknik, ang yukaka ikaklu katlulu nuzingning gubang mingurunga. I'm Paula Schaefer. My parents were Albert and Minnie Sheldon of Narvik, and I'm from the Kobuk River, they call Gubangmis. Anyway, I was a teacher at the elementary school. We called the big school for almost 10 years. And in the bilingual, I was a bilingual teacher. And some parents, young parents, got together with us they were concerned about their children not learning the Inupiaq language at the school. So we got together with them and figured out how to get this immersion school going. We tried going different ways, but there was never a right one to bring in animals to teach our children. So we went through our IRA to get school going. And when we got it started, when it first started, it was kind of hard that first year because we didn't have a curriculum. Pete brought us to AC store with $100 to buy pencils, scissors, paper, colored papers to help us get started. And then parents started bringing in books, and they'd bring in animals for us to teach our children. And they would get involved in cutting it up, and at first they kind of didn't want to touch the blood, but we talked to them about how this is part of us. And they, at the end of the year, a lot of them would be so enthusiastic about what they've learned, and they brought what they learned home and teach their parents. And when we finally get the curriculum going, it was community-based curriculum. Whatever the community is doing, we go out and do it with them. So it's more like the community school. And we go ice fishing, we go out bear picking, we caribou. We didn't go out caribou hunting. It was just they were too small. But they bring us caribou, and we use everything. We feed it to them. If we make the seal oil, they take care of it themselves. We let them stir the oil, the blubber, and like Thanksgiving or we put it in jars, and then the students themselves would give it to their parents or to the elders, whoever they want to. So it was just the way we learned, they learned. And so we also taught them the Inupiaq Ilit the respect the values, the Inupiaq values. I couldn't think of the Ilit in English. It was our Inupiaq values we taught at the school also, like once a week maybe. A respect for yourself. We start off with respect for yourself, and we talk about it, and then respect for others, respect for the animals. There's quite a few values that we taught in the school, along with the lessons that we teach. So we had a lot of parental involvement. Like we didn't have a janitor, so the parents took turns coming in, cleaning the school, the bathroom, everything. And I think it's still like that today. I don't know if we have more funding. I'm sure they hired janitor, but right now I think they're still doing volunteering from the parents. So I really don't have much to say now, but thank you for having me.
Oh, well, Taruk and Agnik, Pete and Polly, it's just such a pleasure and a joy to get to meet you and get to know you a little bit today. I really appreciate you sharing your long time journey. I have to admit, I'm a bit envious that your community has you folks. I understand that you brought your children and grandchildren up in your language, and I hope they know how fortunate they are and how blessed they are to have your work. I was truly inspired by your use of your community, your traditional practices to share your language and your traditions with your children there. Sometimes I'll admit that we can get a little caught up in book learning and trying to take apart our language and figure it out and put it together in ways that we understand. But your approach for just using your lives, your harvesting of your foods, you're making lessons for respect of self, others, and the animals and the world around you is so key and so important. So I kind of want to ask if I feel like a toddler in the language journey when I talk to you folks, and I really look up to you and how far you've come and the work that you've done with your whole lives. I wonder if you have any advice for an upstart like me who really wants to, I really want to bring our language into our lives and connect our lives with our language. And I see you've done this. I wonder if you have any stories about how to do that or any advice for a young upstart like me.
Well, thank you for all you said. As far as the language and the connection to children and the elders,
They seem to be muted.
Can you press *6, Pete and Polly? Pete?
okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you back. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that. After we started the school, the first year was pretty hard, but we met about 6 months after we started it, somewhere around January, February, somewhere in there. And really, we wondered why we thought it was so hard to do when, in fact, we were kind of taken aback by not necessarily how easy it was, but I guess it's more like, seeing what we wanted come true. I had been on the regional school board before that, as I said, and when I decided to run, I had access to the minutes of the school board, regional school board. So I went through about a year's worth of them, just looking for one thing, and that was how much time they spent on actual education. And was disappointed to find out that it was actually very little and virtually none on our cultural needs. So the option was to go through that charter school as the state developed regulations for it in the Alaska Board of Education. But at the time, it was kind of like we've already wasted a lot of time trying to get started. And of course, sometimes politics is not necessarily a good thing when you're trying to get things done that, you know, especially a tribal school where our language is going to be the mainstay of the delivery. So we started that way, and as the years went on, I think we kind of refined our curriculum and systems a little better. And then Polly and Rudnick and several others worked on the curriculum over the years, and we got it up to about a grade 5 level now, with the recovery of some of the stuff that was temporarily lost that we couldn't find. But when we started the school, we had intended to start with pre-K, kind of like a kindergarten approach, but you know, 3-year-old and older, to get the children while they're really young, and their language acquisition is not made more difficult as they get older, which turned out to be pretty much true. They latched on the language, the little ones, and as Doug said, they wind up teaching their parents and their siblings what they learned at McKay-Choate. So I don't know if that's advice or what, but you know, it's our experience that led us to start the school, and you know, here we are 23 years later. We've got some CARES Act funding that our tribal council is looking at to see if we can contribute to the expansion of McKay-Choate. One of the problems that we realized that we had was that as some of our older elders are passing away, the use of the language has gone from back in the 1950s, when I was a young person, about 3/4 of the village spoke Inupiaq. Now, I think it's probably less than 10% now. So, you know, like I said at a Manilik meeting, when about 100 people came from the villages, I asked, when we had a panel on McKay-Choate, I asked, how many of you are fluent speakers? And out of that group of 100, about 3/4 of them raised their hand. And then I followed up with another question, and I said, how many of your children are fluent speakers? And lo and behold, maybe 2 or 3 hands went up. So, you know, I think that made people realize that we really have to do something to not only preserve our language, which is not the right word, or like revitalize our language for, you know, common everyday use to the extent possible. McKay-Choate is a small start, but we realize that it's not enough. So we're going to be looking at ways to try to expand what we learned at McKay-Choate to the bigger school, since we have a Inupiaq superintendent now, I think about the first one ever. So along with her staff, I think we'll be partnering up to try to see what we can do to what I just said, what we learned at McKay-Choate, to pass on to them.
Oh,
I think you've asked about how you can make yourself more fluent. We had some of our parents go to elders that are fluent speakers to learn from them, and that's really very successful. If you have the determination to learn, you can learn from them. I hope that answered one of the questions.
Oh, Doikson. Yeah, it does. It does help a lot. So I kind of like your style, where you started off by being in the school board and then finding out from the community what the needs are, and then making it this immersion style teaching. And I look forward to hearing your progress in the bigger schools. I feel it in my goat, my heart when you say we need to step up our efforts, and why your story is really inspiring. So I wonder, Nila, Tura, if you have any questions, comments.
I just wanted to add to your appreciation, Shigop, how lucky we are to hear from Taruk and Aganik today. And what I heard from you is that you stepped up out of necessity. You wanted to improve the quality of the education for children in your community. And you two stepped up in a really beautiful and dedicated way for us to hear that, children can see their values reflected and uplifted in the schools. It just ignites a fire in me, because I see that school loving the children up, teaching them respect for themselves, how to have healthy relationships with themselves, with other people, is so important to creating and cultivating healthy communities and a healthy world. So I just want to thank you so much for what you've done and for what you've shared with us today. Masi.
Well, some of the things we learned, and the most important one was the respect. Because I think the disappointing thing with the political world, and even in our state now, where respect is a major thing that seems to be disrespected. We've actually had some little children show up at Mikachot that had no comprehension of respect, of what respect was, and they had to be taught by Agnek. And we had an older teacher there, Teok, that taught them in a loving way about respect, and then the parents would would see the change in their child for the better. The other thing I wanted to mention was that when our children leave Mikachot to go to the big school, and some of them are kind of taken aback by how noisy it is, and that kind of thing. But the teachers tell us that they can tell a Mikachot child by how they behave. They're real attentive, they're real respectful, and they get high citizenship marks from their teachers. So I thought, man, it would be wonderful if it were all the children in that classroom were like that, instead of just the one that went through Mikachot. So that's why we think we have something to offer, from our little native success to the bigger school, and we're looking forward to building more partnerships to try to get there.
Oh, Doikson. Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate the work that you folks have been doing. And, one of the things that we've been trying to do in our language work is to connect with speakers. And so I really like your encouragement to connect with more fluent folks, and to keep up that drive and determination to learn what's appreciated. Nina, Tura, you have anything more?
No, thank you for sharing. Would you like to introduce Helen, Dick, and Joel Isaac?
Oh, well, I'll do that. So Exit Newsom, Pete, and Polly, thank you so much. Really appreciate your words today. Waiwa. Look, Luam go to means Joel Shagetwin at Helen. I'm very happy to see Joel, my friend Joel, today, and to meet Helen for the first time. So we have Helen Dick and Joel Isaac, and Helen is from the Stony River area, and she is, and I might need some help, Denaina Ligi Denaina. I want to do right. I want to do well and show respect. Helen's a first language speaker and works with the Kinitsai Indian tribe as the elder speaker for the Denaina Language Institute. And she also teaches at the Kenai Peninsula College. And I want to just say that IELTSism, you were fortunate, Helen and Joel, to have each other to work with. I'm a little bit envious that you have that relationship to mentor and learn together and work together.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Oh, la. I guess we need a little break. Okay, why? So I'm really happy to see you both, and I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about, introduce yourselves and tell us what it is you're doing.
Janan for having us. Dukidli Tarashnesh. Just excusing us, asking respectful permission to speak with you all today. And Helen, would you want to start off by introducing yourself and Denaina?
Mm-hmm.
So they can hear you. Yeah.
You want to pray?
Yeah, you want to start with prayer? Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Chin analegud and Denaina nis kanach felish nis nuch in the talk the duchach dilda not is tani and lo Denaina guna dakov nis nikakawashin the kanaga no tidulat. And Holako Dako Nisi Chinake Goko Entin Uyavalich of the Tidulzi Dako Nisi Dan Goko Nakao Naki Chin Anale Oa. My name is Helen, and I was raised in Lime Village, where there's no plane, there's no nothing. So my grandma raised me and grew up. We only use dog sleds to go get out wood or go hunting, and it's lots of fun riding around with the dogs and bring wood and pack water with the dogs, get all the buckets down there, pack water. And so then later on, there's no runaway. When the ice go out, the people land with the pontoon, and that's how some kids went to school at where?
Where where the kids were taken to school, I think down in Southeast and in the interior.
Yeah. So that's where we went the first months. So in the last, it's too far for kids to go, so they all went to McGrath. Only some, not all of them. So all of them, all my cousins they didn't learn in English in school. So I didn't go to school because my grandma and grandpa didn't want me to go because they don't want me to lose my language. If I went, I would have lose it. So I stay with my grandma and grandpa. That's how I learned how, because I think it's in a shakasta to chada in a kishak the start. So I'm just that cooking the and smoky resting. Is to that going to la shifta cocoa of the enough the okonu to use to cheat este. My grandma and grandpa raised me, show me how to. My grandma showed me how to make boots and all the things I need to learn. So that's how I learned. I had a sister, but we lost her. So I'm the last one. So that's why grandma, they taught me because they want me to, watch my dad when they're all gone. So that's what I did. I watched my dad. We have there's lots of cousins, but they're doing their own things that they learn how and they do stuff, and so that was good. All my auntie and my cousin, so they didn't learn school. So, but then my grandpa and them should moose hunting time, we go hunting, so I go with them. So they taught me how to skin moose and take it apart and hang them. So to make some dry meat and take it apart, the whole thing. They taught me how, so I learned. So then caribou, go hunt caribou next, and that one to grandma showed me how to cut it. So how you can make a boot and clean it. So it was good. It was happy learning all that stuff from my grandma and grandpa, because I speak to grandma and grandpa only. Dine ina yang Krishna chida ina chada sa. So pwede chida ina gunach da kabusyale. Shakasta dine ina niya anak desa aofo chilan. And go ich na kirastin iyo dasho chida ina laat na stana kadena dike keltena dike uchin tenetun tsluya ich dike viskachit sayat yang koneno ustus nas stana tastao. So it told us we cut meat and stuff, or sometimes dog, take the bones and they put them any place to eat it on the trail. And my grandma would say, don't step on that moose bone. Pick it up with your hand or put it off the side. It's not nice to, walk on the bone that way. We say, not this time in now, we skip on the tail. No to the shop. That I think they said the Lord gave us the meat to eat. So when you see the bone, don't walk on it. Pick it up and move it off the waist so we don't step on it. So he always said, keep food always good. Every little food, hang it to dry and then put it away. So that's how I was raised. So because now they always used to say, when you grow up and had a grandkid, that when the things are going to start to come, from the outside. So they say, you guys have to always pray. Get your kids together and pray. So it doesn't happen. The people are going to come from the outside. They're going to try to come to Alaska because they wouldn't have anything. So they know that Alaska got lots of fish and moose. So they always like to pray that there's not too many people come from Alaska. He say, us, we were always poor, but we were always rich with the like fish. Fish is always, we can go hooking, get fish. And then meat, we can't catch meat for a while. So caribou, when they see it, they shoot it and bring it home and then hang it up. So they always say, keep it all that good. And the grease. And then long ago, we didn't have anything to use. So my grandma made this is a moose heart skin. So my grandma saw it big. She opened up there. So we put in lots of grass and we hang it so it's all around. In the morning, they make moose grease and we cooked it. We cook it, make lots of grease. They cool it off and they put them in this, they pour them in this. Because we didn't have any, cans or bottle like this. But they use this kind to save the oil. So then my grandma, so then they have it. My grandma, they make these basket. So they didn't have no plate. We didn't have no plate when I was born. But they make this, use this for plate, and use this for tea. We make, there's no tea, but we make those, what you call the
spruce.
we put some water and pour it. We have to put a rock in to make it water hot. So they use spruce tip for tea or any kind of tea. Right here. It's a spruce tip. So that's for tea we have. We never have a, real tea from a store or coffee. We didn't know no coffee, but we drink lots of all kinds of tea out there. We make when springtime comes. So this was their plate. So they my dad make a fork out of sticks. So we use that, or he make a spoon. So we eat in this kind on our plate. So everything we use is basket. This is how Grandma made it when we use it. So that's the dishes to use. So right now, I try to teach a basket. I'm not a really good at it, but people learn. People learn, so they can know how to make their own pot with it and make hot water, drink tea. So that's why old folks are real special when we see them, even around here. There's old folks. We learn lots of things. So thank you for sharing, you guys. I did a lot of things that I hear, some of them. So I learned. The old folks always say, you guys can't lose your languages from the old folks' language. You guys have to keep going the languages to teach your kids how. But then how do we going to teach our kids to go to school? School is more important. But then, when I was small, we always used to make some toys. So we make these toys. It's spruce. It's a spruce skin. When we take it out, we always put it in this kind of bucket and we soak it. After we're done making a basket, so we take it and we roll it up, roll it. So we get a socks and we put it in the socks and we sew. So we play balls with it, run around. So we never go to stores. We never see even this kind. So now when my kids grow up, they got lots of balls everywhere. So that's how we did when I was a kid growing up. So I'm always happy to meet some people that the native people and to talk to them and understand, learn more from other people. That's what they used to say, learn more from somebody that can tell you. So we always learning from other people learn from us. And so I'm happy that you guys share all your words. I hope you we keep doing this way all the time, sharing our words. Because it's good to learn. You can say.
I'll give Helen a break from speaking for a second. I'm just really fortunate to be able to work with Helen, and the language work that we've been doing together. We just finished working on a little pocket dictionary, but it's all Helen's language. And the amount of time that she spent working on language with our classes at the college, with not only like she works with Kanaitsi Indian tribe, but also across the inlet with Non-Dalton, and going over to Kijik for camp there, and just the amount of traveling that Helen's willing to do to work with language. And it's been a really amazing experience working on Deni'ina Kanaga, working on our language, our Nakanaga. And I really appreciate the way that Helen teaches through story, and just does it instead of talking about it. And so that was, I really appreciate the stories that she shares with us. And when we were talking about like what Helen wanted to share today was, let's talk in Deni'ina and talk in our language to show what the work is, and talk about the work too. That was an important part of being able to share our language with you all today. So Chinan, yeah. Is there anything else you want to share? Do you want to do the one about the bear gut window? Do you want to tell that one in Deni'ina then in English?
But I don't have my God.
Do you want to do that story? You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
So when I was a kid, we always go somewhere to go hunt or trapping. So we went trapping and hunting for the beaver same time. So we went to Alaska Range and close to, so they make they set the tent and everything. So my dad went to set the snare, and then he came home and he got a what you call it?
A black bear?
Those things that go on the mountain. Sheep.
Oh, sheep. All right.
Yeah, he caught a sheep. He got it. 2 sheep. So I go, I never see them before. So the dogs are hollering. So I run to the window and I can't see through the window. I said, Grandma, what's wrong with your I think your
The glass window. Yeah, that's the
glass window. I thought it was a glass window that you can see good. Well, long ago, they don't have it this big. They're just tiny like this. So I asked my grandma, I can't see out because what kind of windows do you have? My grandma came and she took it out. So she gave it to me, and she said, don't push it too much. It's gonna rattle. I go, what is it? She said, Jagdishla Chashlal. I don't know if anybody knows Jagdishla Chashlal. And I couldn't figure it out because the first time I hear my grandma said that. So what is it? So she say, well, she said, I don't think you see, I never said those words with you. She said, will next time your dad go hunt or something, if he catch, I'll show you the gut. So it was a bear gut, black bear gut. You clean it and then just put them on a window. So every time they go, they take it out, and my grandma put them away. They take it home. So next time they come back, they use it again. So if you leave it on there, mice or something's going to eat it up. So they always take things. So I told Grandma, I said, oh, never mind. If you show me one, then you will show me. She said, black bear gut. Well, I told him, I said, Grandma, I really like this. I told him, I said, what do you make it with this? Besides, put it up, make it a little window. So Grandma said, well, you can make some raincoat if you make a raincoat and you can make a pack with it, so you put your stuff in there so they don't get wet. And she said, but you have to watch it if we touch, if we walk under lots of wood and stuff, it'll tear, it'll get caught. So she always put it in a gunny sack. That way it don't get scratched and tear. So I said, oh, the first time she said, Grandma, I don't know that stuff, but I'm going to make my raincoat when I grow up. She said, I know you will. So my grandkids, they catch the black bear. Then I start saving it all the time. Save it, clean it. So finally I got enough, and I start sewing. Everywhere I go, I sew. Everywhere. Even come over here, I sew. So every place I go, I sew it. I finally make it one in the morning. So I told my husband, I said, in the morning, I call him. He said, what? He said, I heard my grandma roll over. Why? Because I'm done with my black bear raincoat. She was just laughing. So that was my first one. So I was very proud of it, that I made a raincoat coat. So that's why I like, my grandma and other old people know, always they know something, how to even make things. Even my grandpa sew boots. So it's fun things can do, even the things that we think we're not going to use it. So when some people, not people, but kids, and they look at it, because they look at them and what is that for? Because they never see that stuff before. That they say black bear got make a, you did. They say, yeah, well, they don't know it. So they don't understand it. But once they see it, then they get happy, you know, how we can use that stuff and don't get wet. So we have to show, and now kids won't do that. We don't do that too much work. But it, you know, the old folks always like keep our you know, their words, keep it going, because it's gonna get lost if we don't use it. There's gonna be nobody. They want the old folks, all words to keep it going. So it'll go to everybody. It's very important to you know, show the kids. And then the old folks, my grandpa, she always used to say, because I speak the Naina, so then I look around. She said, look all around. So I look all around. What did you see? I said, nothing. I don't see anything out there. They said, he asked me, lots of people. No, there's no people. Because we're in the woods, that's why, Grandma. So he always says, you know, you have to look all the time that you know, words is sure good to learn. They always say, keep going. Teach your kid. Well, only some kids learn. My kid, not all of them. But we'll keep it going. It's fun I like to speak my language to Joel.
Shanann, Helen.
Yeah, that's good. I mean,
We'll let you take a break. All right, Shanann.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tian, thank you, Helen. I could listen to you talk and tell your stories and speak in Denaina all day long. It's so good. It's so good to hear you. And thanks for your patience with my pronunciation. And it's so good to see you again, Joel. Thank you both.
I hope we see you again to talk to us in Denaina.
Imalu, I'll do that.
It's good to see you too.
Mm-hmm.
I have my little Waiwa sticker in my room, so whenever I walk in my door, I see it and think of you.
I have my salmon skin necklace.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks you guys so much, Helen and Joel. It's good to see your faces. It's good to meet you, Helen. In Danaka, we would say, Go Danayish Harin Hakdink Sadigatish. And that means you came and spoke with us today, and I'm so happy. Anamasikana. Thank you so much, friend. I personally, I think a lot of us hearing you today felt love for our relatives because you reminded a lot of us of our close loved ones. My Auntie Lidwin was kept home from school with my great grandma Nila Tora, and it was for the same reason. She wanted her to learn our language, and she's such a gift to me. She's my biggest language teacher, and you are such a big gift to us today and to your community and to Joel. And so we're so grateful for you, Helen. Anamasi, thank you.
I said, we'll talk again next time.
That would be great. Thank you. So our next speaker today is Ruth Demert from Cake. And Kanak Yudu Asag Singit Einach Kach Adich Sitioe Kanakwa Khatsu Ach Eat Aushatu Singit Yuk Atangi Gunas Chi Showe Itusha Ani Kanak Khatsu Gunas Chi Shiye Janei Gunas Chi Hait Yeshatu Singit Yuk Atangi Shtuga Khatiti Konachaya Gunas Chi Klein. So our next speaker is Ruth Demert. She is Kutch Adi from Keeg, and she has personally helped me in my language learning journey for the Tlingit language. I'm so grateful for her kindness and her work in the Tlingit language. I love hearing her pray in Tlingit. I love the warmth and the good energy she exudes when she's speaking Tlingit and just being around her. So Kanak, it's so good to see you today. At this time, I wanted to invite you, if you have anything else you'd like to add about yourself and your work, what brought you to a path of learning, teaching Tlingit, and anything else you would like to share. So, Gunas Chish.
Yeah.
Just Gia Gugank, Talkidani Sakwa Ach.
That.
Yak eh. Yeah, you did.
I had to shut that off.
Galchish anak edena hajin yi sita. Tachwasa galchish yisacha achjitsu. Shuk anach galchish First Alaskans. Yuan chatchakai achutsu. Telchach yakwichta awa yichan chat yawugu. Siyasu tunach aya gunalchish. Tachwasa gunalchish. Take mayach o hayati that. We take astuk andatani ho'achi. Take has. Today I thank you with a grateful heart to First Alaskans for inviting me to speak. It was so good to hear the other speakers speak about their languages, their struggles. Today, we are one with just one thought in mind for our future, our children, our land, the respect we have for one another. The Chwasa Gunachish. The ach sai kanak singit enach an hat puziti sa aya kanak kach adina kagwantan yadi achli kuchka ke hat usiwat chukane de hositi aya kahwasa kunchishach hatuati achli kwas ke hat uswadi Haslingit yuk atangi tunach ke hat uawat achwasas tu instuka hatiti achli kwas. And I already told you what clan I am, my Tlingit name. I have other Tlingit names too from potlatches that I earned. I told you that I grew up with grandparents in my native language. My maternal grandparents raised me. Because my mother was made a widow before I was even born, while she was still pregnant with me. And I was given the last name of my grandparents when they adopted me. So I grew up with the language. I was fortunate to grow up with grandparents because they knew respect. They knew respect for the land, for each other, for relatives, for friends, and everything that they got off the land, that they got for food. All that I grew up with. In the language department, since I knew the native language, I was asked to help teach the language in the schools. We were lucky to have taught in the schools along with Mitchell Martin. And I always thank him because he really helped me. But in the meantime, while I taught from kindergarten to third grade, while he taught the high school, he had an illness and he couldn't teach anymore. So I was thrown into teaching the language fully on my own. So I learned to read and write the language on my own. So from there, my native language took over my life, probably just about to this day. And I had to teach from Head Start on through high school. Up till the year of 2016, I worked for many, many years. But during that time, throughout the years, in 1989, through a celebration in our community in Cake, I put out a notice for people that wanted to make regalia because we'd already started teaching the children how to sing some songs that we can dance to through the help of my grandfather, Coach Ish Johnny C. Jackson. So Mitchell was still alive then. We decided to make regalia because we didn't have felt or buttons. We used sheets. We had the children bring in sheets and we painted their crests on it. Some had frogs, some had salmon, some had shark, some had eagles and ravens. And we used markers. So that was the beginning of our dance group. And because of my grandfather, Coach Johnny C. Jackson, who also became my uncle because of my adoption, I went on my own to visit him, and I would take soft-cooked foods to him. And his little house still stands on the beach side to date. I would go to him and learn songs, listen to him tell stories. He would drum, and he taught us one song to begin with, which we really sang with the kids in sheets. We did this in front of people in an audience. To date, we still have some of those sheets left in the school building. But like I say, in 1989, people signed up to do regalia, either for their kids or for themselves. And the interest took hold to the adults. They wanted to learn songs next from the songs I learned from my grandfather. So our first celebration, we went to Juneau, 1990. And we've never missed a celebration since then. But due to this pandemic, we hadn't been to a celebration in 2 years. But through this pandemic, we've learned to share, to respect one another, to learn how to wash your hands all the time, let's say, and not to hug so often. But we still love one another. We care about one another. We care enough to get our shots, our vaccine done. But after celebration, then it turned to the youth. We had to bring the youth and the elders together. So the plan was to start culture camps. And this is how we brought the youth and elders together. But because of suicides that were happening back then. And through this, the kids were taught, and I was a part of that also. They were taught how to put up their food, to harvest their food, to put it away for the winter, how to respect the land, the plants, learned the names of the animals, and how to respect one another. So now we're dancing and doing culture camp. And then later in my life, the elders want to learn how to sing gospel songs. So this again was another part of my life. They learned how to read and spell their own Tlingit names, and also learned the names of their ancestors, those that passed on. So those they wrote down and took home for their own families. So it's been, I think I just remember those are all good memories for me. I have now hung up my regalia, my moccasins, my drum due to health issues. I still help the younger people. In fact, I have 5 grandsons today who are with me, not living with me, but they're in the community. And they in turn, because my daughter has health problems. She also worked at the culture camp, and she knew how to do the food preservation. And because she was gone, the sons and the nephews had to learn how to do these things on their own. So now these grandsons are working on their own to preserve food, how to respect it. And they spend a lot of time with me now. But I show pride in these people, our Khan. We all work together. One person gets hurt. One person loses a family member. We all come together. Not so much with this pandemic, but we show a lot of love and care for one another. Tahwasak asitin hay ya atune. Ushya awune. Ha atchai ya awune. Ha ani ya atune. The respect we have for ourselves, the respect we have for one another, the respect we have for the land, the respect we have for the animals that we're able to partake of. So we carry on with our traditions. But today, to see the other speakers that have the same thought, the same goal in mind, to see our future, our youth coming together, pulling together for our ways of life, our way of life, our languages. Shah Shakida Hinitadi Akwasti Aya. From the mountaintops to the salty water, this is our way of life. This is our way of life. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Oh, Kanachi, Kanachi, Yak Kwasatini. It's so good to see you again, Dr. Ruth. I sure miss seeing you in Cordova at that celebration. And I just want to say how fortunate that that Ilatra has the opportunity to learn with you. A little envious there. That's it's so good to see you folks connecting. And I want to share a little story about one of the times I got to know you a little bit. We were at the Sharing Our Knowledge conference in Sitka, and I was invited to sit at a table with fluent speakers of Tlingit and share my language story. And I felt like such a toddler amongst grown-ups, amongst leaders. I was so intimidated, but you made me feel welcome. You listened to what I had to say and related to what I had to say with grace and honor. And I felt so lifted up by that. And then, you know, one of the things that Alaska is such a huge place and our languages are so diverse. And so I was used to the idea that our languages are so different until I heard you talking about seaweed. You were talking about picking seaweed in Tlingit, and I could follow a little bit. And then you said shlash, and my ears perked up. I stood up straight because in Somalia it's shlash. It's almost the same. So that little connection that we made was really good for my goat. And so I just wanted to mention that those interactions that we had. And I'm grateful to you for sharing your journey. And so I'd like to ask, how do you keep the younger folks to keep learning? Do you have some methods that you use to keep younger folks and newer learners involved?
The culture camp is one way. They love to work on food, you know. They learn from beginning to end how to skin, how to open it up, how to get the innards out, how to prepare it, how to work on it, how to freeze it or put it in jars, how to put it in the smokehouse. And not only that, they're learning the Tlingit language at the same time. And they're also learning respect of the land and for each other. And the dancing is a big part of it too, because when we first began, it was with the children in the sheets. And they learned one song, I tell you, one song, and we sang it to death. And like in '89, put out the notice for adults to either help sew regalia for their children. By then we had felt and buttons. And they in turn wanted to learn the songs. By then I knew lots of songs from my grandfather. So, which is what I was teaching them at the time. So the interest began then. But today I ask that the parents, you know, it's good to hear your children speak in native language, your native language. Learn with them, to learn with them. Ask them to help you learn more. Because, you know, like they always say, our children are our future. All children are precious. All children are priceless and precious. If you have to learn from them, do it, because this is how the world is coming to now. I often remember Clarence Jackson saying, Hayat Estatukenas ach. Our children's voices are rising. Did that help you, Alfie?
Oh, gosh, geez. Yes, very much so. And you've reinforced the idea that I've heard from our speakers today, that you are bringing the language through your lifestyles, through teaching not just words, but respect, and how to incorporate our language with our way of life, harvesting foods, and taking care of each other and the land. So yes, your answer is very helpful.
Today, Walter Sobolov's Tlingit values the teachers put in their rooms. It's in every classroom.
Okay.
Gunafchisawe kanak Lidziowe ha Christi ya wan kanins. Tletsu Lidziowe ya pandemic ka hatu Lidzini sautu achia idat Duka ha tedika nachaya Gunafchish tlain kanak.
Yewe Gunafchishwe to Anna Yu Katangi, the Hosa Kanal team. Your Tlingit is getting strong, and I commend you on that.
Thank you, and thank you for teaching me. I did want to ask you, because it's helpful for us to hear what was difficult for you in the beginning, and you've shared with us such incredible knowledge about starting with what you have, using sheets, markers, paints to make regalia. And sometimes as new learners, we do feel a little bit scared to take that leap, both in cultural practices and also speaking our languages. Do you have advice for us on challenges that you faced, or how you overcame them, or advice?
Well, I've been to immersion camps where you had to cross a river on one of those wagons that you pull yourself across on. One side you can speak English on. The other side you have to speak mostly the language you're learning. And ours was Tlingit. And whenever one of us spoke English, the who was in charge of us would tap us on our head and say, "No English." And I've watched learners feel intimidated by, when we're speaking only Tlingit, wondering what we're saying. So you have to use a lot of emotion when you're speaking language, and just encourage one another, each other, especially the learners. And I've watched learners actually feel bad about not being able to understand, but eventually they start to learn, they start to hear it. And I've been to several immersion camps where I've watched learners, and we can say, we can encourage you. We tell you not to feel intimidated by us, but to take it to heart and say, I'm going to do this. I will do this. And don't be afraid to make mistakes. I myself say, I learn something new every day. At your old age, you can still learn. So I encourage the young people to keep on. Yiko ayah one. I encourage you.
Yay, Kwati.
Yay, Kwati. Cheese, Dr. Denver. Such good words today.
Okay, awesome. Goodness cheese. At this time, we would like to open up the conversation and allow everyone to share any closing remarks or message you want to share, or words in your language between Kanak, Pete and Polly Schaefer, as well as Helen Dick. So in any order you are comfortable sharing, would folks like to share any closing remarks?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Chin ana lego na astene ina kokna to yagle eknaga do idna nik. I say thank you by talking to us your language. It's sure good. It's good to listen to other people talking. And sometimes you think you're when you're the only one teachers, and I also am I only the one that speak this language? Is everybody listening to me? No, yeah, everybody listens, but they just don't say anything. So I'm very happy that Grandma taught. She's so good teacher. I don't feel Grandma, but she's really good. I wish she share us a lot with us. Even everybody. So I just thank you guys. Thank you for sharing.
Jan.
Anan, Anamasi, Helen, and Joel, it was such a pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you. What about Taruk and Agnik? Pete and Polly Schaefer, are you folks still on the phone with us? Would you like to share any closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you. It's such a pleasure to hear other people and their ways of life and their common concern for the younger people. I think this age of some confusion, I think the value of our indigenous roots is even more precious to try to, retain those ways of old that are still relevant today. One of the things that really got our attention was that the need to have some means of communicating to our younger generations the importance of our culture, our language, and especially the spiritual part of who we are. I don't know if you want to do anything. Nick?
Thank you so much for having us, and we just got to keep on going without don't give up, just keep moving forward. There's with a lot of spiritual help. So again, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. It was so wonderful to hear you folks today. And Kanak Iitwasuguge ha Itkinigi, closing remarks. Unmute. Or Carla, are you able to unmute Ruth Demmer for us?
I'm trying to ask her to unmute, but I'm not sure. It's not working on my end. I apologize.
Okay. Kanak, if you see an icon of a microphone on your screen, are you able to hit it?
There's a little red X on the lower left corner. Looks like she's getting lower left corner. If you can just press that little mic button. While she's looking for that, Nalataga, did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I had to find my unmute button. So I'm with you, Kanak. yeah, just I feel so happy and grateful to be here with you folks today, to be able to spend this time together and to open up our celebration for the Native New Year. My hands feel warm being here with you folks, and I've learned a lot. It's so helpful to hear other folks' journeys, what brought them to the languages.
Oh,
And
can you hear her?
yeah, gonna change.
Okay, Kuching, thank you for giving me the last word. I'd just like to say, so thank you for listening to me, but I want to wish all the language teachers, those who are there, all the language warriors, one, wish you all the luck and a better 2020 future. Stay healthy. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Kuching.
We're so grateful for you. So at this time, I believe Crystal Dushkin was able to connect, and I think she was hoping to share with us a fun performance to help us kick off the Native New Year.
Crystal, can you hear us? Are you just getting situated?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes. It's a little quiet.
Oh, okay. Is this
Okay.
better?
It's better now.
Okay. Ang Kamidiga asaktakuk atkham ilagan ang ikhtakuk atkham ilan an rarizak. Anang atkham ilagan ang ikhtakuk adang St. George asal. Ilulum ilagan ang ikhtakuk. Uging chalukam ilagan ang ikhtakuk. Sitching anikthus matakus Allah askinus asal Allah plus. So I'm Ksamidiga Crystal Dushkin from ATKA, and our language is Unangam Tunu. I just gave my introduction in our language, and now I'm going to turn the camera around to the kids here who are going to be giving their introduction. I have my 2 daughters here and my 2 nephews, and they're going to give their introduction in Unangam Tunu, and then they'll be singing a song all together, and the song will be the Tudangalgich, which is the rainbow. Okay, so I'm going to turn the camera around. Thank you all for giving us this chance to share our Unangam Tunu language with you and some of our songs as well. They're gonna start with their introductions, starting with the oldest to the youngest.
Stutuk asaktukuk, atcham ilagan aniftukuk, atcham ilan anafafizak, hatim Allah suktukuk. I'm Nadia Dushkin from Alaska and live in Alaska, and I'm 12 years old. Aknach asaktukuk, atcham ilagan aniftukuk. Atcham ilan anafafizak, hatim suktukuk. My name is Aknach. I'm from Accra and I live in Accra and I'm 10 years old. Here, I'll be here. Lakai asaktukuk. Atcham ilan aniftukuk. Atcham ilan anafafizak.
Okay, now we're gonna sing a song. Okay, you guys, go ahead and sing your song.
우르다 강유야 잼누게 질라요 질레 우르다 칠다 주나마게 우르다 강유야 잼누게 질라요 질레 우르다 칠다 주나마게.
And then this last song that they're gonna sing is the last song that they're gonna sing is it's Unangam Chinu trans. The next song they're gonna sing is Wayam Angali. It's a Unangam Chinu translation of scripture. This is the day which the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Uyamangali, 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 Aguguh, 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 Aguguh. Imintim Uhuta, Imintim Uhuta, Namtin Kagata, Namtin Kagata. Uyamangali, Aguguh, Aguguh. Imintim Uhuta, Namtin Kagata. Uyamangali, Uyamangali.
And then the final song we'll share with you all is a traditional song that was passed down from generation to generation throughout the Aleutians, and all of our communities has their version of this song, and it's a farewell song to someone that you love, that you want to see again in the future.
To you, Sagnan, Kida Sagnan, Ukulimin Sagakan, Aska Kalida Hulak, Aska Lima Hamaya, Aska Lakan, Kida Lakan, Kinaskin Ukutkin. To you, Sagnan, Kida Sagnan, Ukulimin Sagakan, Aska Kalida Hula, Aska Lima Hamaya, Aska Lakan, Kida Lakan, Kinaskin Ukutkin.
Kagasakas.
How do you know that one?
Okay. Thank you so much for letting us join our songs with you all. It was an honor and really humbling to be here with you all and to hear all of the great messages for language, importance of learning our language and passing on to our younger generations. And when our youth here were giving their introductions, they were using the sign language as well, because that's the language learning method that we use here. It's known as Where Are Your Keys? And so we tie the language to sign language as we learn it, so that we don't have to translate into English as we're learning our language. And it's a way to stay in immersion. And all the learners that learn language are also learning how to teach what they learn. So it's like a revolving method. And so the learners become the teachers. And so we create new teachers as we continue to learn the language ourselves. So, and we have our regional language program here in the Aleutians, and people that join us in Anchorage, and the Aleutians and Pribilofs, I should say, we're all one region. And the song that they sang, the Uyam Angali, my girls learned that song from the Eastern dialect group that was teaching at Culture Camp in Sand Point, and their teacher was Lynette Mack. Is that right? Yeah. And so we just want to give that recognition to Lynette for teaching that song to our kids. And that one was the scripture song. And the first song that they sang, the To the Ngaligich Rainbow Colors, that song my girls had come up with on their own about 3 or 4 years ago. We were at Culture Camp, and the girls, they were working on this on their own. And when they finished the song, they came and shared it with the rest of us. So they came up with that song on their own. And then the Tu Yusaknan, the last song that we sang, was the one that, as I mentioned, has been passed down from generation to generation with our people and throughout our region, throughout all the communities. It's the oldest song that we know in our region that our ancestors sang for generations. So, kakasakap once again. Best wishes to First Lessons.
Kakasakuk, Klemashika, Kakasakuk. Oh, wow. My heart is overflowing right now, and my mind is just mush in the best way possible. Lu Amgodo no Nitsin makes my heart happy. I'm in awe of the wisdom of our elders, the wisdom of our cultures and our languages. I am in awe of technology right now. Did you realize that we connected our relatives from Atka and Kotzebue and Soldotna and Kikwan and Anchorage and all these other beautiful communities? We're connected all together here, and I am just amazed and so grateful that our language healers made time to visit with us today and share their messages. Everybody shared the importance of respect for yourself, respect for others, respect for our land and our waters. We have to live a life full of respect and gratitude. And I appreciate those lessons and those reminders of that. Lagunai, do you want to share as well?
Goodness, sheesh, yes, thank you. I'm going to try to get through this without bursting into tears. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You folks filled us up. We were like empty containers, so lonesome for each other over these almost 2 years. So lonesome for each other, and we were empty because we missed you so much. We miss each and every one of you so much. We miss coming together to celebrate in person the amazing strength and beauty, the brilliance and innovation of our Native peoples, embodied by our elders and our young people. We missed you so much. We were so empty until we came together today and persevered through all of this technology stuff to be able to sit here and just be blessed and honored to hear your voices, for your stories of your life's work, of your commitment to make sure that all of us can still have access to our ancestors' knowledge through our language systems, the libraries of our ancestors' wisdom, the teachings of the land, the language in the land are the same as what I heard from you folks. You cannot disconnect them. You filled us up. You filled us up in so many important ways, of reminders, so many important reminders. Sometimes we get so caught up in things today that we forget that sometimes it's the simplest things that we can do that will actually help us reconnect and know who we are as Native people. That sometimes bed sheets and markers are the most amazing regalia to be able to be honored to wear. That sometimes, Taruk and Aganik, it takes $100 to start a school, to buy supplies, to just get going, not worry about every detail or having all of the bells and whistles that we wish we could have and that we justly deserve. But the reminder that we can just start. And to hear the language journey of how our ancestors took care of us so that we could be here today. Helen said, our ancestors prayed that not too many people would come to Alaska. So long ago, they already had in their mind as trying to protect us. And this is where we are today. I cannot express my love and my gratitude to Taruk, Aganik, Helen, and Joel, Dr. Kanak, say it right, Kanak, I'll say it right, Dr. Kanak. You folks filled us up. We need to remember your words because learning our languages is hard. Because at the same time that we're learning, we're also trying to heal all of this intergenerational stuff that has happened to our people. But as Dr. Rita Blumenstein, who's now an answer, said, when we heal ourselves, we heal our ancestors. This is all of our work. This is all of our responsibility. And you folks shine a light on us and you make us feel warm. Or like Nalatuch said, we could place our hands on her cheeks and be warmed. You folks warm us up. Nalatoch and Shagop, Kuching and DUKSHISHAM for the love that you have in persevering for our languages through the challenges and by making such a safe and beautiful place for our elder language healers to share with us today. You all lift us up. You lift us up. And your words and your stories and your knowledge fill us up. So so much for being here with us today and helping us begin our Native New Year, surrounded, uplifted, and enrobed in your knowledge and your words.
Chish Hawa Loganai for your reflections. And Anabasi and DUKSHISHAM Sagop for joining us today and helping create a very, very comfortable kitchen table for us all to sit at and listen to our elders at. And then we all got to push our chair back away from that kitchen table and turn and look at some pretty amazing youth share what they're learning in their language and from their culture in DUKSHISHAM. I am going to ask another team member of ours to go ahead and join us on the screen, Waslagidok. I think she's going to maybe get us to move a little bit because we've been sitting a while, huh? And then you've got some instructions for us for our final hour together today.
I do. Hadala is Atlant is Ashdi Gudenai Lagang. Wafal Girak Hinudi Kiang, Barbara Blake Atatai Hinudi Kiang,
Good people, it's an honor to be with you. My name is Wafa Girak. My English name is Barbara Blake. My family is originally from Hikta Hunglai and Floak, as well as Chestachina. And today we're going to do a little bit of stretching because we've been sitting for a while, and I'm just, I'm so moved and so thankful for the way that our elders and our youth warmed us up this morning. Wasn't lost on me, that connection from everything our elders were able to hold on to for us, to watching our youth speak their language and introduce who they were in their language. What an amazing transition, and seeing that just really warmed me up. So let's stand up if you can, and let's do a little bit of warm up ourselves. So we're gonna reach as high as you can with both hands. Stand on your tippy toes if you can, and reach to up. Both hands. Now come down. Now reach just your right arm. Lean over. Yeah. Now your left arm straight up. Lean over. There we go. Now we're going to reach down to our toes, or as close as you can get. So lean down. Oh, yeah. All right. Maybe a little twist in there. Just get our body warmed up and ready to roll for the remainder of our time together. That felt good. DUKSHISHAM for your willingness to sit and just take in all of the amazingness of this morning or this afternoon. Now we're going to break out into our regions. And so we have the regions. If you click out of here, don't do it yet, quick instructions. So you're going to leave this session, go to your agenda, and if you click on your agenda again, you should be able to see all of the regional breakouts. And each region has their own link, and all of the FAI staff, all of us wearing akasbaks, are going to be leading the various houses. And so we'll join you in the regional breakouts. One small change, Yukon Kuskokwim group, you won't go to a different link. You'll just stay where you're at. So everybody from Yukon Kuskokwim will stay here. You'll be broadcasting live to our Facebook and broadcasting live on 360 TV. And so Yukon Kuskokwim, you don't have to do anything. They're the lucky ones who get to stick around. Everybody else from all the other regions, go ahead and leave this session. Join your other session. But note that you will come back to this main session at the very end of the day. So don't just leave the regional breakouts and then carry on. We want you to come back here for just one quick check-in, and then we'll let everybody go for the day. Okay. Anything that I'm forgetting, my co-host Kakuri, Laganai, before we jump into our sessions? Okay, we'll see you over there. See you soon, folks.
Dasna, while we're waiting to transition, I am going to exit this Zoom, and hopefully that means that you will become the host. You or Ikigagami will be the host.
Okay, great. If I have any problems, I'll reach out to you as soon as possible.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, like if the Zoom closes.
Can I ask, am I supposed to go somewhere else?
No, you can just stay here yeah, go ahead and just stay here.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Michelle has had internet problems, so I don't know if she's going to make it back or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And for the remainder of the conference too, you'll just stay in the main Zoom.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anabasa, everyone. So thank you for joining or staying with us for the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta breakout. If you need to go or if you didn't hear the instructions from Wathagidak, you can move to the Huva app to find your region. So today we have Igagagami joining me today to host you all. So welcome everyone. And I don't know if I introduced myself earlier, but we'll start with introductions for this region. Let me spotlight myself for a second. Add Igagami. So yes, I'm Angela Gonzalez. Clara Dathna is my Danaka name. I'm from Huslia, northwest of Fairbanks, and I do communications at First Alaskans, and I work in Dena'ina land here in Anchorage. So can you introduce yourself, Igagami?
Yes. Pangayu bigastin atka Igagami nang segudan ka sibo kamang bingot ramkan ka avatni. Hello everyone. My Yupik name is Igagami. My English name is Hannah Hamilton. I am Siberian Yupik on my mother's side and Mexican on my father's side. My family comes from St. Lawrence Island, Sibokak, and my dad comes from Guadalajara, Mexico. I live and work on Dena'ina lands in Dagayakak with my 2 children, Eslatukak and Kapilgu, and my husband, Taylor Hamilton. And I am the Ikayok at First Alaskans Institute.
Alrighty, so I would like to open it up for introductions from you all. So if you could share your name and your culture and your hometown, I can spotlight whoever is willing to introduce themselves. You can also do it in the chat. So please, if you would like to be to introduce yourselves, just let me know or come off mute, and then I'll spotlight you. I saw a couple people that I know. Jackie, did you want to introduce yourselves, or Panika? Looks like they might have stepped away from their computer. Oh, did you want to introduce yourself? I see your video is on. Thank you for joining us in this session.
For sure, but I wanted to make sure I was in the right room because I'm in Anchorage. Am I in the right space, or should I be joining a different group?
You're welcome to stay here if you'd like. This is the Yukon Kuskokwim, but if you wanted to join like this region, it would be in the South Central region.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. No problem. And Shigup, did you want to stay here, or are you, did you want to introduce yourself again or anything?
Oh, Dwight, I guess I neglected to follow through with my Who account thingy, so I can't find my directions to get to the other room, but I'm happy to be here. It's good to see you again. Shigop Diwayu, my name is Shigop, and I'm really just Luhotka Godu. My heart is full. I'm happy to be here today with all of you. I'm really blessed, feel honored to have been invited to co-host the session today with our fluent speaking elders, teachers. It's inspiring. I brought about some takeaways from learning from them, and I'm grateful to participate in that. I do live here in Juneau, Alaska, and I'm a Semitic speaker and learner and teacher, and also am learning a little bit of Hadkil Haida language and Shingit. And so I'm just feeling really grateful to be here today. Yeah, that's why I'm here today, and I'm grateful to be participating in all of our proceedings today. So ik nu some
Anna Bassett for introducing yourself. So let's see, Agatha, I can, if you turn your video on, I can spotlight you, but feel free to get off mute so we can hear you. Okay.
Kwakapanikkaw go Agatha John Shields nunakaw ya kami ngunga kaluya kami nguluta lutawamani nunakpagmiwita laktukut. I'm Panikkak Agatha John Shields from Tuksuk Bay, and this is my little dad Kanruski Spanagatapane.
Ngaganggang Shields.
Kasatunkit Kanruski.
My name is Sam. Ganggang Shields.
Kanruski.
Nakakawa.
My name is
Naka.
And my name is Biyuk Shields. Just like my mom said, we're Kaluyakmiu, and we live on the inner land here in Anchorage. Nice to meet you all.
Guyana.
Guyana, for joining us and having your family join us. It's so awesome and inspiring that everyone was able to join us today. So would anyone else like to do an introduction or share some reflections from our session so far? I'll let you get a chance to think about that. But we also wanted to make some announcements for today. So each region, if they'd like, they can, we'll have this session, and then we have a resolution session. If anyone is interested in putting forward a resolution, tomorrow at 3:45, there's going to be a workshop. If you want to do a resolution, you just need to make sure to be to attend that session, 3:45 to 5:15. And then if you're interested in serving on the statewide Elders and Youth Council, let's see, as a representative, we have elder and youth representatives from across the state from each region. So if you're interested in serving that role, we'll have another regional breakout on Tuesday from 1 to 2 p.m. So that's going to be pretty exciting. It's just a way to bring issues from your region forward and just get experience being a representative. So we just wanted to take this time to see how everyone has been doing and see if anyone wanted to share how you're doing, how your region is doing. And I'll just open up the floor, and Igagami, if you want to add anything, please add. Okay, looks like you're helping to troubleshoot. Looking through. Looks like Richard and Janice joined us. Did you want to say hello?
Sure, I'll say hello.
Okay.
Gwyneth Cheesh for that wonderful presentation. It was so wonderful to hear the voices of our elders. And to hear them encourage us to keep going. I saw a lot on the chat where people really appreciated that, and I do too. It's wonderful to see everybody. Richard, would you like to say something?
Okay.
Richard would like to say something too.
Okay.
Well, it was very nice to see everyone this afternoon.
I'm Richard Jackson. I'm from the Takeaway D, the Brown Bear clan from the Tondaquan, located in Ketchikan, not Ketchikan. It means under the wings of the eagle. I'd like to say hello to Bruce Demmer. He's a very good friend of my mother, Esther Shea, who was the first cultural bearer of the AFN. And it's good to see Barbara Blake. Her family is from Ketchikan and Prince of Wales Island. Very well-known group of family members. I'm just really excited. I'm going to do a presentation tomorrow about our culture camp. And so when I hear everybody here today and I see all you young folks, it gives me a lot of energy because coming from a time when there was an era of assimilation, the JOM, then teaching you kids how to speak the language when we were not addressed in it, we had a little difficulty. So I'm really happy to see the level of knowledge that is coming out of the Alaska Native youth. I'm just proud of it. Very proud of Liz Cheney, or Liz Medicine Crow. I'm sorry, Liz Medicine Crow. I was in the Grand Camp A&B with her father, or grandfather, Tommy Jackson, and Mona. And also good to see Colleen Dunn, who's from UAS in Juneau, which is where my wife worked. So just, we can go on, but I'm just proud of all of you, and just keep it up. And we are staying clink at the Ikai Kwan. Have courage. Be proud of who you are when you look in the mirror. That's your ancestor looking back at you. Thank you.
Anna Bassett for sharing. I appreciate you guys joining us today. And I see Achinak Duncan joined us. Duncan, would you like to introduce yourself and share a little bit about where you're joining us from?
Jali su tap khamiunga su tawam mani huitama na khagmiya anaka tap khamiuk ataka kushagmiuk. Yeah, greetings all. My name is Duncan Okikun. My Yupik name is Jenik, and I'm from Kuching, Alaska, and I like to include Stebbins too because that's where my mom is from. And right now I reside in St. Mary's. I moved here in March, and my dad's from Catholic and my mom's from Stebbins. I'm a conference guide this year with Avery, and I'm excited for working with you all and the elders, the youth, all the leaders in between. And I'm very thankful and glad to be part of working with you all. I'm a cultural bearer within the Yupik community, and I work as a Arctic Youth Ambassador in the current cohort. We haven't been able to do much because of COVID-19 or with our cohort team since we started last year, and that's okay because we have to continue and be patient and wait till it's our turn to get there. And I'm excited to see what the future will bring upon us all with the cohort and working with other leaders from all over in the Inuit communities in the Arctic, and also anywhere else where it may bring us, and also with First Alaskans Institute. Thank you.
I'm so glad you could join us today. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to hear more from you in the coming days. So I appreciate you coming on. So I wanted to ask a question, and I don't know if you're willing to be put on the spot. But one of the questions that we wanted to bring and just have a chat about is in difficult times when people are experiencing challenges, where do you draw your strength?
I think where I draw strength is your beliefs and how you want to let things go, because like what you know through values or something, to be patient, let the time go by, even it's hard. But stick through it. Elders talk about being strong, and they share a lot of knowledge on how to survive. And we take it to heart and keep it in our mind to be strong. And, like if we happen to have a problem of hunting or fishing, they tell us how to move forward, like stay warm if you get wet, put grass in your boots, something like that. Dig into your backpack and find what's available to help. And in difficult times of other ways, you do the same thing. You remember, or you have to adapt until things get better.
Koyana, and one thing I heard you mention was talking about culture and your way of life. And I think that's, when you're practicing your culture and participating and doing all that hard work, I think that also keeps you strong too, in a way.
Yes, it does. You have to think of who has helped you and who helped you grow and gain knowledge and things. And you think about that, and who came before you and who's going to come after you. But in order to be strong in the now, you gotta have unity and respect, and for all, not for just certain, but for all. Culture is very important to me. I grew up with my elders and the young and in between. I see in unity and that respect, and it brings people places. All of that, either if it's individuals or if it's a group, you'll go far if you respect. And that's it. Respect is in every culture, in the values, so it's very important.
Did you have any, like, as maybe if you tuned in earlier, we were having a big discussion on language. And I know that one of the things you do is teach the Yupik language. Do you have anything to share about that?
I don't teach the Yupik language. I help along with the bilingual teachers, the Yupik teachers, and I teach the Yupik boys skills, like making fishing tools or seal hunting tools, whaling tools, ullocks, things like that. But I was going to the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I was a student for about maybe 6 semesters, and I was studying the Yupik language, and I'll eventually get back sometime. But with the language, it's very important. It's our livelihoods in our communities, in our state. Because language, that's how we have to communicate. And in our native languages, it's easier to communicate with each other because you don't have to say so much. And sometimes it's only just one word all together. And when I was a student, I thought how I'd be able to work the language in my community. I planned on having a program. The program would be teach in the local school as a bilingual teacher, and then go from small to big with how we start to teach. Since it's mostly English nowadays, we'd have to have a plan. What we do is start in the classroom from K through 12, and then also have a program after school, because the parents will have to teach the language to the students too. And with the students learning at school and the parents learning at the program, they can use that language at home, both the students and the adults. And I thought of doing the young ones to also be able to go into the program outside of school. We need to find solutions for our native languages to be prioritized. We have to figure something out, because in the language classes, there's a lot of word search or things like that. It doesn't teach how to use the language much. It just shows them how to write words and phrases, but it doesn't tell how to make them words. I learned a lot at UAF with Waukee Charles, and I sure enjoyed the classes. He made it a lot easier and made me figure out how I'd be able to help my community with language.
That's so amazing. Koyana, again, for sharing. And I know you might not have been expecting to share so much, but I so appreciate it. I wanted to invite Jackie up next, if you could please share and introduce yourself first.
Yeah. Can you hear me? I always have issue with Zoom.
Yes, I can hear you.
So, Winga Akana Jack. My Yupik name is Akana Jack, and my English name is Jackie. I'm my grandmother's namesake. We're from Nunavik Island, Macoriac, Alaska. I live here on Dena'ina lands with my little family. I'm an adoptive mother to my little sister. She's 15 and she just started her first job today at McDonald's, and I'm really proud of her, and she's so hardworking. So in difficult times, I think about her a lot, and I think about, the future biological kids I'll have, and I think about the future grandkids I'll have. And I think about my grandma and my great grandma, and I think about our resiliency and all that we're doing in reclamation. Earlier this year, I went on my first seal hunt, and we didn't get seals, but I got sea otters, and that was so exciting. So we learned how to tan and learned what to do with it. And Lydia, she went on her first duck hunt, and she was so cute, like trying to honor the animals. So she held it like this and just walked around for like 2 miles, just like really honoring the life and the animal. So I think about that in difficult times and how beautiful our culture is and how hard we had to work over the years to fight for our rights and, fight to have our way of life. And it makes my heart happy to think that we're here and we're thriving, and that the next generation is learning and doing and teaching. That's what I think about.
Koyana, I'll ask the same question I asked Achinuk earlier, and you already answered part of it, but during the pandemic, what were some tools of strength that you used or that you found helpful, or perhaps some words from elders that helped you get through?
So during the pandemic, I sat down and I did crafts a lot. I only started learning how to do crafts a couple years ago. And it was actually when I was interning at FAI that I really start trying. So I saw Darlene making these beautiful, beautiful necklaces and earrings. It's like I can try. And they were really bad. So that's something that I've been picking up over the years. So having that downtime during the pandemic to just really be intentional and, look back and think like where I started, and with all this extra time to just sit down and be. And then some words of wisdom, like my grandma would just talk about being tough. It's like, we're tough. Like, that's it. Like things are hard, but we're tough. That was just it. And so I really appreciated that from her. Because we are tough people.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's like, shucks, why do I have to be tough all the time? But I think we were joking at one point about like so many of our family and friends becoming jewelry makers and earring makers. And all of a sudden it's like, you can name 20 people who can make you a pair of earrings. And it's like hard to keep up, have to up my native jewelry budget. So I, as a bead worker, I want to encourage you to continue on practicing beading, and everyone actually, because it's such a, that I wouldn't worry about perfection. If I worried about perfection, I would have stopped a long time ago. But I just keep on going and remember, just like that elder shared, that we're tough and we can continue on, and that's the only way to go, I guess. Do you have anything else to share? Maybe some ways, maybe some things that you found healing during the pandemic?
I think all the coffee times with elders and all these virtual spaces just to sit down with people and sharing stories is always very healing. And, even though we don't come together in physical spaces anymore, these virtual spaces, they're healing. Just talking about our stories and what happened to us and what we're doing, and how we're coming together and what we've learned and what our priorities are. I think that's very healing. Being together is healing.
Yeah, it's amazing how stories can bring us together. Just reflecting on the time just this morning, or this afternoon, hearing from everyone. It's such a powerful thing. So, any other final thoughts that you want to share? And also ask if anyone else is interested in sharing.
But just want to say, Gloriana, for holding this space and warming hands and creating this time for us to be together and share stories.
Would anyone else like to share? I see Martin and his family joined us. I'm not sure if you're interested in sharing a little bit. Just how you're finding the day and what you're learning.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
Hello.
I took the week off from work. I got the kids out of school. Well, the kids went out of school, but we really wanted to be here,
It's the weekend.
And we're super excited to see all of you folks. At the beginning of this earlier today, at 1 o'clock, whenever we all got on, I was just wishing I was in a room with you guys. I just wanted to be loud with you guys and hug you all really hard, wrap my arms around you guys. And I just, oh man, this Zoom just doesn't do it for me. I really do miss you guys like deeply with my heart, And so I got my kids here. I wish my kids could just meet all of you guys. I look up to every one of you folks. You guys are all extremely great leaders in your community. And I'm really happy to be here. I love you guys. And I just, I'm so happy to be here. I'm cooking a dinner for my wife. I want to make an announcement that my wife is 1 year sober today. That's something that we value in our household. And so I got a roast in the oven right now. I'm putting I just put some rice on. Here's one thing I learned about celebrations in my house. Whenever I put rice on, I use 2 scoops. That means a big celebration's going on in my house. 2 scoops of rice. So, we're getting serious today. So, okay.
Wait.
Thank you guys
for sharing.
This is the picture I was drawing while I was listening earlier.
Oh, wow. That's like the logo.
Yeah, I let the kids draw the logo while we were having the whole event earlier, so they could sit still.
Precious.
Yeah,
you'll have to share it on our page.
Yeah,
share a copy of it on our page.
Kaya's.
Great job, kids. Wow, you're bringing the theme to life. That's so amazing.
There's my name on it. Right.
Thank you so much for sharing. So precious. Thank you. Have fun cooking. I'm going to call Anne up next. So hold on a second. And I'll ask you to introduce yourself.
Hello. My name is Anne Stepton. My Kunkit name is Kashkage. I am from Angoon. I live in Juneau now, where I'm raising our 4 kids with Martin. He mentioned today is my 1 year sobriety. We celebrated his 4 weeks ago. So we're both on a path and journey of healing. And how did we find strength in this? Hold on 1 second. sorry, they got all excited after they got to get on, so they're jumping around out in the living room. How did we find strength in the pandemic? Well, we decided to quit drinking because we were home. We were quarantined most of last year, as everybody else was, and it just isn't something that we wanted to bring into our home with our children here. So we decided to quit drinking, and even though we only did it maybe 5 times a year, it wasn't a big thing in our house, but we just wanted to put those values forward. More so for myself, I'm very honored to work for Klian Knockback for the elders program. And so where I drew a lot of my strength was from my elders that I currently serve. And we on Thursday nights hold a talking circle with elders, and that has been so much fun to watch them learn how to use the technology and just get together. Last Thursday, my question to them was, where would you travel if you could go anywhere and we were not in a pandemic and money wasn't an object? And it was really fun to listen to all the answers. And then the second question I asked them was, what is something you did in the last year that made you proud of yourself? And as a Native people, we don't usually, we aren't vain people. We don't usually brag about ourselves. We don't usually say things. So a lot of elders passed on the question, but some of them answered. And I just wanted to throw out the message that I threw out to my elders was that, you know, we've been under a big shadow during this pandemic. And so the conversations that we had last week with the elders was just to bring us out of that shadow a little bit and make us think about different things. And just, I'm always reminding them to do self-care. It's as simple as feeding yourself 3 meals a day. It's as simple as taking your pills every day that your doctor has prescribed to you. It's as simple as, you know, when we do self-reflection, it doesn't always have to be to fix something. It could be to look at what we're proud of so that keep us moving one foot in front of the other. And so I draw a lot of my strength from talking with my elders on a weekly basis and doing these talking circles. And I see Janice on here. I just want to say hi, Janice. She comes to my talking circles every week from Ketchikan. So if we have any other elders on our Zoom today that are interested in joining, we do it every Thursday night from 5 to 6:30, and it's held on Zoom, so everybody's welcome. And it's just always fun to gather every week and just listen to what everybody's doing each week and how we share with each other how we're coping with the pandemic and just different. I usually have subjects available just to have some conversation topics. But as always, in our traditions, we draw our strength through our elders.
Anna Bassett, that's like so powerful. Just, I know Martin was saying it's like not the same doing it virtually, but I just so like appreciate any time with elders, even if it's on the phone. One of the things that we were doing early on was just to share a little bit. I'm sorry, not share a little bit, but calling elders, you know, that was our homework. So it was such a pleasure to hear from them and, you know, gain from their wisdom. So looks like Janice maybe wants to rejoin. So I'll add her. Hi, welcome back.
I just wanted to say thank you to Anne and say hi to Anne and Martin. And thanks for acknowledging me. It's really awesome to see you guys, and really thankful for the space that we can share together today. And just to see your faces, all of you, is really awesome. So goodness cheese, keep up the good work, Anne and Martin.
Ms. Cheesh, I also want to give a shout out to Leona Santiago. I don't see her on here right now, but she's another elder that joins our talking circles each week. She's also been our Southeast representative for elders for 2 years now, I think. So very proud of her and everything that she brings to our circle and to our people as a whole in Southeast Alaska. And
Anna Bassett, for both of you for sharing. I will, looks like Crystal will come up next. So go ahead, Crystal. I think you might have to come off mute. Yeah. Let me broadcast you. Add this box.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Thank you so much for rejoining us. So we were just sharing a little bit about what helped us get through tough times. And so I just want to invite you to share. Well, of course, do an introduction maybe. You know, it might have been a little bit challenging earlier as we were doing our, getting through our technological issues.
Ang samediga asakshakuk atkham ilagan ang ishtikuk atkham ilan anirarizak. So I introduced myself a little earlier when we had our kids share some songs, but just again, I'm Samediga in our language, and I'm Crystal Dushkin. I live here in Atka with my husband William, who's from Nikolsky. He was raised in Nikolsky, and we have 4 children, our 2 older daughters and 2 younger boys. And they're 3 years old and 8 months, our 2 younger ones. Our daughters are 10 and 12, and they were on the Zoom earlier sharing the songs. And I just wanted to share about what we've done. It wasn't necessarily in response to the pandemic. It was part of our regional language revitalization program that we've had in our region. It's been ongoing for going on 8 years now. Well, the current version of it with the Where Are Your Keys language revitalization learning and teaching method. And we've had other language programs prior to that too. But so what we've started in the last year, and I think it didn't come about because of COVID, but I think it is a good way to get through tough times. And that is kind of similar to what Anne was talking about with the talking circle, but for ours, it's not called a talking circle really, but it's Unangam Chinu conversation hour. But it sounded a little bit similar the way she was saying that, you know, they would go around the circle and ask a question to the elders, you know, like, where would you go in the world if you didn't have to worry about COVID or if cost wasn't an issue? And so it reminded me of how we do our conversation hour. And so in the Nirohim Chinu dialect, which is the Atka dialect of Unangam Chinu, we have a conversation hour every week on Mondays at 2:30 Atka time, which is 3:30 Alaska time, because we're an hour behind out here. We're on Aleutian time. And so we have a Zoom gathering every Monday. And so our elders and fluent speakers are able to come on and join us. And then there's a group of us who are learners who join as well, and we all get together. And so we have a question for that day that that we do a similar thing. We, you know, go around with all the callers on the Zoom, and everyone gets a chance to ask the question, and then everyone gets a chance to answer. So everyone asks and everyone gets to be asked. And so when we ask the question and answer, it'll be in Unangam Chinu. And so, you know, we have our classes and even Zoom sessions where we are learning Unangam Tunu. So this conversation hour is a chance for everybody to get to use, what we've learned in our language in actual conversation, and then we get to hear the fluent speakers. So when we usually have the fluent speakers go first so that they can ask each other and answer the question, and we get to really hear, the fluent speakers having a normal conversation, like an everyday type of conversation, so that we get to hear Unangam Tunu being used in a real life setting, and it's not scripted, like our lessons are, but it's just normal conversation. And so it's a really good opportunity to use the language, to hear the language, to practice what we've learned, and in a natural conversation setting rather than a lesson or scripted setting. But I just wanted to put it out there too for anyone who might be watching this, and if anyone is interested in the Atka dialect conversation, anyone who might be a fluent speaker out there who'd want to join in and just share about that opportunity in case people don't know about it. So thanks for giving me a chance to share.
Anna Bassett, I super appreciate it. We do have a place to share in the conference app. So once we get you situated there, you'll be able to share on the community dashboard or something. So there will be a place to share. And then just to reassure everyone, looks like we're back at the main session. So did you have any other final thoughts to share about, your region or getting through difficult times before we transition?
Oh, me?
Yeah, or anyone, but I might, I'm just asking you because you're willing to share, if you're willing to share.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I think out here in Atka, we've been blessed and we're fortunate that the whole village is kind of a bubble when it comes to COVID, because anyone who travels out here has to either quarantine for 10 days or wear a mask for 10 days.
Oops, looks like we might have lost her. So I wanted to invite Igagami back, and then we might be getting ready to close out. So
Yes, hello. I'll give another introduction for those that missed it just a few minutes ago. Mga yupigastin atka agagami nang siyagutin ka sibo kamang tingut rumkin ka avatni. My Yupik name is Agagami, and I am Siberian Yupik, and me and my family live here in Dagayakak in Anchorage on Dinaina lands. And we will be performing a song from St. Lawrence Island. My husband, Taylor Hamilton, will be drumming, and so will my son, Kapulugo. And the song we will be performing is called Hair Braiding, composed by my great-grandfather, Walanga.
okay, I think I will.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Go ahead and you can go ahead and proceed, and just know that people are going to be joining from the other regional breakouts. So just don't get distracted by more faces popping up on the screen. And after Igagami shares a few of her songs, then we'll have Ayu share some last reflections.
Here is Hair Braiding by Walanga. Thank you.
Did you want to share more? Or
This is my son, Kapilgo, and my honey, Taylor. My son, Kapilgo, was named after my grandfather, Kapilgo Willis Walanga. We could do another song. This song was also by my great-grandfather, Walanga, and it is called Female Walrus.
Igumsi, Igagagami, and family.
Igamsi Kanachalik. Thank you so much.
Boy, your neighbors are lucky they get to hear your beautiful music and your drumming. So I see in our Zoom village here, I spotted somebody and I really want to bring them on camera. So surprise. Hi, Avery.
Hello.
I think everybody needs to meet you if they haven't yet. You're going to be a special person at our conference. So can you please introduce yourself and share with us your role in the 38th Annual Elders and Youth Conference?
Yes, I would love to. Hi, everyone. My heart is so full seeing you all today. Quiana, for sharing your stories with me. I will be one of two conference guides for the rest of the conference, and I'll get to introducing myself. Avery Wells, DYU Simsianu. Avery Wells is my name. I am Simshian of the Killer Whale clan. I'm also a Nupiaq and Yupik. I have family in Metlakatla, Bethel, and Kotzview, but I grew up and continue to live here in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. And I'm really excited to be here with you all in this virtual space. And I look forward to guiding us through the conference together over the next few days. So if I have any last words that I get to say, just get some rest and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Klian, Knockback, Avery, thank you so much for your willingness to help guide us through the conference and listen to all the amazing messages that our community has to share. Next, I'm going to go ahead and ask that we have Shilu come to the screen. And I mean, an Alaskan Native and Indigenous gathering is not really Indigenous unless you have door prizes. And so she's the one that's going to really make this an Indigenous gathering. So let me pass it to you. And then following Shilu, we'll ask Ayu to come to the screen to close us out.
Yeah, Shamai, everybody. We Shilukunatanichkak up to Hutna Melissa Martin. I'm FAI's Indigenous Operation. Wait a second, I have a new title. Indigenous Operations and Innovations Director. I love my new title, but I'm learning it. It doesn't flow off my tongue. And today I get to announce our prize winners. Every day throughout the conference, you're going to have opportunities to win some amazing prizes. And I mean amazing prizes. We've had some wonderful donations of artwork and jewelry. We also have a plethora of amazing things from GCI. And on Wednesday, when we get into grand prizes, we have some round-trip Alaska Airlines ticket vouchers that we get to give away. So there are going to be multiple opportunities to win prizes. Today, we're going to focus on the Hoover leaderboard. So in case you haven't seen, if you interact on the Hoover platform, and the more you interact, the more points you earn, and then you kind of you move your way up that leaderboard. So today, we're going to focus on the people who are in that top 10 of the leaderboard, and I have 5 prizes I get to give away today. You do have to be present. You have to be on either the Hoover app interacting with us or on the Zoom app right now. So I'm going to list off some names, and if all of my colleagues will help me monitor the chat and just let us know that you're here and that you're paying attention, and then you win that prize. So the first name is Emma Phelps. She is number 1 on the leaderboard right now. Emma, are you interacting with us right now? I'm hoping one of my people is looking at the app. Somebody monitoring the Hoover app chat?
We're all anxiously watching.
I know, Emma Phelps. If you're with us, let me know. Let one of us know. Otherwise, we're moving on because they're not going to give me too much time to do this. So going once.
Send up a smoke signal, Emma. Let us know.
All right. Going once. We'll try you again later, Emma. Next is George Hawley. I know George is on because I saw him populate. George, would you just...
Hey!
Yay! So George, you are winning a Google Home Mini donated by GCI.
What is that? What is that? What
I have
is
no
that?
idea. I really
Okay.
have no idea, but we'll let you know as soon as we get
Okay.
it to you.
Yay! Oh my God! Yay!
Congratulations. And then next, Pauline Tudiakoff. And I think I saw Pauline, you just said something in the chat, didn't you?
Hey, Shiluk, Emma just joined in the Zoom.
I see that. I'm paying attention. She's going to get the next one. Yay, Pauline. So, Pauline, you are the lucky winner of a Braven waterproof speaker, also donated by GCI. Woo! And then Emma Phelps, I saw that you just joined us. Can you let us know in the chat that you're on and you can hear us? Yay! Okay, Emma, you are the proud winner of a $15 gift card from the Alaska Bead Company. And next we have Janice Jangalonergan. I'm hoping I'm probably not saying that right, but Janice, are you with us today? Do 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 do. We need some indigenized Jeopardy music. I don't see Janice. Okay, going once.
Hey ya hey ooh, hey ya hey hey ya hoo hey.
Perfect. I love it. All right, so Janice will have to get her next time. Emily Edenshaw Chafin, are you with us? I thought I saw her name on there. Might have been earlier. Boop, 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 boop. Emily Edenshaw Chafin. Going once. Going twice. Okay, we'll catch you next time, Emily. Brianna Gray, are you with us today? I just want to give away prizes. That's all I want to do. I had one job today, was to give away prizes. How about Ann Steppeton? Is Ann with us?
I'm here.
Ann. Yay! I thought I saw you. Okay, Ann, you are the lucky winner of some Zoom swag. Right? Did you know Zoom had swag? They do. So, all right, everybody.
We all love swag.
Thank you for letting me give away some prizes. We'll have more throughout the conference. So, interact on that app. Earn some points. Take it away, Ayu.
So good. She looking at Tunichka and George running in with the tunes. We should have recorded you. We could use that. Okay, if I forget to say this, I'm going to say it now because I don't want to forget. Klian Knockback for all of your patience with the tech issues as we're ironing things out. When in doubt, if you find yourself lost out there in the ether that is these different Zoom rooms, when in doubt, come back to the main room and we can help you get to where you want to go. Okay? When in doubt, come back. I want to, in the spirit of my grandpa, Saladuk, share back with all of you some of the gifts that I have received during our time together, in the words of our very special guests who spent time with us. The fire is lit, and there's a place for us all to warm up together. We're bringing to the surface the knowledge already within us. I'm going to warm up by the fire of my cheeks in the humble space of learning language all over. Who does our educational system belong to? Teachers? Administrators? You? There are no barriers to what we need to do. Quechua. We are the experts we need to strengthen our language.
We talk to them. This is part of us. Can't let politics get in the way of doing what we know is right so we don't lose precious time with our elders still with us. If you have the determination to learn, you will. Revitalizing our language improves the quality of our education. Our languages know how to love us. On the land, harvesting our moose and caribou, I learned. It was happy learning these things with my grandma and grandpa, speaking only in our language. The Lord gave us the meat to eat. We don't step on the bones. Take care of it. It takes care of us. Learn more from others. It's good to learn. I hope we do more of this. Our teaching through stories and speaking our language while we live our ways of life helps us. It's going to be lost if we don't use it. Keep it going. It's fun. I like to speak my language. Hearing you all brings feelings of love for our relatives. What a gift those of our people are that still speak our language. Today, we are of one thought, one mind in love for our people, respect for our lands and each other. My native language took over my life proudly. Through this pandemic, we've learned to share, respect one another. We care about one another and show that in our action. We learn the names of our plants and animals to show them respect. We carry on with our traditions. To hear others speak of the same mind we are pulling together for our languages and our ways of life. From the mountaintops to the salty water, this is our ways of life. Take it to heart to say, I am going to do this. I will. Let's live the love you want to see again in the future. Our children's voices are rising, and our elders are too. In DUKSHISHAM, Anamaset, Teku, Klian Knockback, Kliana, Gnuchish, Chinan, Kagasakang, How Igamsi. I counted at least 8 of our languages spoken in this space today. Klian Knockback to each of you for bringing your good hearts, your strong minds, and all of your good energy for us to start our conference in the best possible way. We can't wait to keep going on this journey with you, and we'll get back in our canoe together first thing in the morning. We love you. Have a good night.